for the afternoon of February 9th. Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Carrasco, Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Thank you. Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Ricardo.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you're able to join us, please stand now as we pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
it
it
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible,
Indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by community leader, activist, and author, Latoya Fernandez. We welcome Latoya. Councilmember Jimenez will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, today we have Latoya Fernandez. She is a community leader and activist. Many of you may know her from her participation in youth activism in the city of San Jose. She's the author of The Truth and Empowerment Guide for Youth and Allies, which supports students with self-confidence, social issues, and healthy relationships. Latoya founded Youth Hype, a community-based organization that inspires youth to be civically engaged and self-aware. She works in education, supporting schools to create alternatives to suspension and cultivate a climate of restorative practice, accountability, and cultural responsiveness. Latoya is an advocate for youth in underserved communities and uses her platform to support and amplify youth voices. It is a great pleasure to introduce today's invocator, Latoya Fernandez. And I believe she's on somewhere, Mayor.
I'm right here.
If I could please ask if everyone could please mute their mics so that way we can hear from Latoya. Thank you. Welcome, Latoya.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Latoya Fernandez. Really excited to be here. Exciting for the turning of the tide that's taking place in our city and our county. We're really putting action behind the statement Black Lives Matter. I love it. I wanted to just offer and share with you today that I have two crystals with me. One quartz, which will bring harmony because we all come from different backgrounds and I want this to be a harmonious experience. And then I have my black obsidian, which provides grounding. One of the beautiful things about the Black community and the Latino community is our very deep roots with the spiritual realm. Being very connected to crystals and earth energy and understanding our very special connection with the creator. And so that's just where I've been in my life and how I've evolved as an activist, a leader, and a young woman in this past year is getting connected to self. When we understand where we're from, only then can we truly be liberated. So, all right. So the first thing I'm going to share is just a short poem, and then I'm going to follow it up with a mantra that I hope will be very empowering, especially for the women here, because it's for y'all, and I'm really excited. So this first poem is to my comrades in the revolution. To all my comrades in the revolution, we took the summer, we built a movement. You see the mountains, they started moving. Everyone questioned what we were doing. Tides turning, dreams lucid, predestined to not lose. Hard before to see through it. Now it's clear that we're out these institutions. Locked us down to keep us in confusion. All it did was fuel our evolution. Even the planet healed from the pollution. Restitution was the resolution. People love the sun, the curse is lifted. Our inheritance is being gifted. It's not the same. Things shifted. We're not the same. We're different. So I'll follow up with my mantra. And I'm hoping that throughout the day, all of the women on here will be playing this in their minds. To all the beautiful women out there. You can say it too, man. Just know that you're special. Inside of you, you're more than enough. Oops, sorry. To all the beautiful women out there, just know that you have everything inside of you. You're more than Now my light is abundant. My life is abundant. I'm living abundantly. Now my light is abundant. My life is abundant. I'm living abundantly. See the goddess inside of me. See the goddess inside of me. I'm so proud of me. See the goddess inside of me. See the goddess inside of me. I'm so proud of me. With my crystals on top of me. With my crystals on top of me. No force is stopping me. With my crystals on top of me. With my crystals on top of me. No force is stopping me. Got my safe burning properly. And I'm praying on hourly. Demons don't follow me. Got my safe burning properly. And I'm praying on hourly. Demons don't follow me. Now my light is abundant. My life is abundant. I'm living abundantly. Now my light is abundant. My life is abundant. I'm living abundantly. See the goddess inside of me. See the goddess inside of me. I'm so proud of me. See the goddess inside of me. See the goddess inside of me. I'm so proud of me. With my crystals on top of me. With my crystals on top of me. No force is stopping me. With my crystals on top of me. With my crystals on top of me. No force is stopping me. Got my safe burning properly. And I'm praying on hourly. Demons don't follow me. Got my safe burning properly. And I'm praying on hourly. Demons don't follow me. Now my light is abundant. My life is abundant. I'm living abundantly. Now my light is abundant. My life is abundant. I'm living abundantly. See the goddess inside of me. See the goddess inside of me. I'm so proud of me. See the goddess inside of you. See the goddess inside of you. I'm so proud of you. Now there's something you must know, Queen. Your life is abundant. Your life is abundant. And you can live abundantly. You gotta see the goddess inside of you. Be so proud of yourself. Make sure to always keep protection around you. No evil forces following you. Thank you, y'all. Now let's all focus this next chapter on not just empowerment and policy, but healing. Real, deep, spiritual healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Latoya.
Thank you, Latoya. All right, we'll move to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I believe we'll go to Councilmember Peralez in just a moment, but if there are any other changes. All right, Councilor Peralez, thank you for taking a moment to adjourn the meeting in memory of Wanda Irene Alexander Brody, longtime CEO of Act for Mental Health and a community leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. It's my privilege to be able to adjourn today's meeting in honor of Wanda. And I know a number of her family members that may not be able to make it today, but they will be watching this later. Her nieces, Barbara Bennett, Mary Morgan, Eileen Brody, Joan Feldmeyer, and friend of Wanda, Natalie Shuttleworth. And I do believe we have some of her friends from Act for Mental Health that are joining us today: Ann Chambers, Anna Wynn, Kumal Patel, Srinath Kendadai, and Bharat Desai. So today's council meeting will be adjourned in honor of Wanda Irene Alexander Brody. Wanda passed away on November 17th, 2020 at the age of 99 years old. She was most known as the longtime CEO of Act for Mental Health, located here in District 3, Delmas Park. I've known Wanda for some time now. And as you can see in the photo, I actually had an opportunity and the pleasure of meeting with Wanda for the last time in January of 2020 in person, and had an opportunity to actually drive up to her retirement home in Los Altos. And she had so much grace and energy in that meeting, and always took such pride in her work with ACT. And it was an honor to be able to meet with her in person at that time. She was born on September 11, 1921 in Kinsley, Kansas. After completing her postgraduate work in psychiatric social work at Washington State, she relocated with her husband, Howard Alexander, to Santa Clara County, where she practiced as a private therapist in Los Gatos for many years. Wanda first came to ACT for Mental Health in 1960 and volunteered as a group counselor until she retired in 1982. But when the center was in danger of closing later in the 90s, she came back, taking the reins as its CEO. To this day, ACT for Mental Health continues to be a critical organization providing affordable behavioral health services for those struggling with mental health illnesses here in San Jose. Because of Wanda's persistence and hard work, ACT expanded its services to include support for parent-child reunification and classes in parenting, anger management, and English as a second language. In 2018, Wanda received the Community Hero Award from the County of Santa Clara's Behavioral Health Board, and in 2013 was a recipient of the prestigious National Jefferson Award for Public Service. Wanda always loved adventure, travel, nature, and animals. She had a lifelong appreciation for the natural world and became deeply committed to the preservation of habitats for animals. Wanda was a generous donor to countless wildlife organizations and helped to create several nature preserves. Wanda is survived by several nieces and a nephew and many special friends. Wanda was a tireless advocate for mental health in our community. Many people in the San Jose mental health community have benefited greatly from her passion for helping those who struggle with mental illness. Wanda, you will be missed, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Prowse, and very well said. Wanda Alexander was a great champion for so many members of our community and for ensuring we could better reach many more with mental health services, particularly our unhoused. I'm grateful to her for longstanding leadership, her great service to the community, and she'll be missed by many. All right, are there any other comments on orders of the day? I didn't hear a motion. Is there a motion?
Sorry, and I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote on orders of the day. Unless, let me just, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'm just, I just like to be first in line. I'm just waiting for the fight to start.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Paul.
All right.
All right, let's vote then.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, we're on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. As of today, we don't have an announcement out of closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the consent calendar. If there are items that anyone would like to pull, please let us know by raising your hand. Councilmember Mahan wanted to pull item 2.11, which are actions related to Gallup Mesa development for affordable housing. And Councilmember Rance would like to pull item 2.12, which is approval of Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. Are there any other items to be pulled? All right, let's go first to item 211. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll be very quick. I just want to thank staff for their work on this item and Eden Housing for making this investment in our community. I'm really excited to see this project finally moving forward. It's great to see housing, especially affordable housing and dense housing near a major commercial corridor going up in District 10. I know we, like all districts, need to do our part on housing supply and affordability, and it's a great location. I also want to especially thank Eden Housing for listening to the community at Hoffman Viamonte and committing to including the neighborhood room, which will be accessible not just to residents of this development, but to the broader neighborhood there, which is really in need of this kind of facility. And I know it's an idea and a conversation that goes all the way back to Councilmember Pat Dando. So it's kind of cool to see it finally moving forward I think 4 council offices later, but just very supportive of the project. Wanted to highlight that for my colleagues in case they were not familiar with the project. And I know we've still got couple little issues around some significant parking challenges in the neighborhood and things to work through. But I'm just very happy to see this moving forward and wanted to make sure I called out Eden Housing for their investment in our community. So thank you. And with that, I would like to move staff recommendation, and if it's okay procedurally, happy to do that with the rest of the consent calendar.
Why don't we come back to your motion in a second, Councilmember Mahan? We'll go to these next item and then we'll come back for a motion. So let's first hear public comment on item 2.11, which are actions related to the Gallup Mesa development for affordable housing. So just public comment on that item. Okay, I see the hands. Mr. Soto, did you want to speak on a different item?
No, this one, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for at least putting this forward in terms of because we all know what the necessity. We come here every week. We talk about the necessity for this. But what I'd like to start seeing and using this housing development as maybe the start of it is that no more housing downtown or in anywhere else in the city unless the proportion of affordable housing be built, like it be measured against it. What I mean is that the housing needs that we have for affordable housing, I think Councilwoman Esparza had stated we're at 17% of what is actually needed. But with market rate housing, in terms of targets, we're at 80%. So with those types of measurements and that type of imbalance that exists, that is objective, that we can't build any more market rate housing or even below market rate housing until the housing stock of this type of affordable housing be balanced a little bit more. That there be some type of, just like, hey man, we really need to slow down on this because things are moving fast within the context of COVID. And with respect to the moratoriums and possible evictions that will eventually happen, we really have to be sensitive about how we address the housing stock that we have, who can move into them, and not allowing the developers to just, okay, well, if we want an exemption from building affordable housing over here, so we'll just go ahead and pay out of pocket fines or whatever to accommodate what it is that they really want to do. So I would hope that we can start having that conversation about having some kind of equitable balance in terms of what goes up in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment on this project? Seeing none, let's move on then. Oh, Mr. Beekman.
Thank you. Glad you caught me. Thank you. Blair Beekman here. I wanted to just quickly offer my thanks, I think, for this item. Anything that works, for 60%, very low income housing ideas, low income housing ideas is really helpful. Thank you. It's a good starting point. I guess this, if Councilperson Mahan is talking about it, it's in his district, and I just wanted to make my friendly reminder that CASA Housing Advocacy, they've done some really nice work over the past few years to develop a certain set of guidelines and what are kind of the latest practices of very low and extremely low income housing. And it can make a real good reference point for people. And it's kind of what I've been doing at this time is to remind people of that. And they've had really good ideas that, the past few years that I think we're now trying to learn how to start up again and always consider, what I feel are mixed income ideas, mixed income housing ideas, I think is an incredibly important concept that, it deserves, looking into and how to develop, and along with a bunch of new programs that are possible at this time that CASA has been helping with over the past few years. So I just wanted to mention it this time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right. Back to the council. Unless there are any other comments from the council, let's move on to item 2.12. I believe Councilmember Arenas would like to pull this item, Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I want to also thank my colleagues for joining me and sharing this Zoom background. I see many of you have it, as well as for braving yourselves with orange today, as it is also Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month and Wearing Orange Day. And I wanted to take a moment to talk about this because despite the pandemic really confusing all of our youth and our children, I wanted to make sure that this continues to be front and center for all of us, as youth is in a crucial time of development. And typically teens during this time are discovering what it means to be in an intimate relationship. And I know the pandemic has, like I said, created some confusion, some deepening, some dynamics. But despite that, I wanted to make sure that we continue to raise awareness and share and demonstrate healthy relationships for our youth. Stress of financial hardships and isolation has really deepened a lot of different types of relationships by the pandemic and impacted all of us, but definitely for some that have sprouted new relationships or maybe old relationships, there's deepened toxic and unhealthy relationships. And so during a year when our youth is transitioning to online and distance learning, so has dating. Regardless of how our youth are connecting and building relationships, we can all agree that we want them to be safe and developing healthy relationships. 1 in 3 teens are affected by some form of physical or sexual or emotional abuse from someone they're in a relationship before they become adults. In this city alone, we know that we have an impactful number of sexual assaults for children under the age of 12, and then a second impact of children under the age of 16. This can also lead to relationships that have violence and to other unhealthy relationships. So to counter that, I recognize that this year's Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month was critical to raising awareness to stop dating abuse before it actually begins. And our crime prevention unit in the San Jose Police Department does a wonderful job of including a lot of our youth through our high schools with a healthy relationship curriculum. And this year's theme for the organization that is responsible for Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month is Love is Respect and Know Your Worth. I think that's really in line with what we heard Latoya Fernandez sing about earlier in her intro. So Know Your Worth is all about learning about healthy relationships and self-empowerment and ensuring that everyone knows that they are deserving of a healthy, loving relationship. It's imperative we expand awareness and educate our youth on consent and social boundaries so that they're empowered to prevent the abuse themselves and dispel the stigma of teen dating violence. And that is why I'm really proud of organizations like Maitree Bay Area that are just absolutely invaluable. They're also in my district. Maitree Bay Area fills a critical gap in domestic violence services available in the community by being sensitive to the culture of South Asian community and by speaking the languages that the South Asian survivors speak. Maitree services are free and confidential, and besides helping survivors directly, Maitree also does an extensive prevention work through community education, collaborative activities, and engaging men and boys, youth and elders, and faith-based communities, just all around inclusive and comprehensive. I'd like to share Maitree's Healthy Relationship Youth Awareness Campaign. So if Henry can cue that up, that would be great. Lastly, I just want to thank Maitree for the amazing youth-led social media campaign video. I'm honored to have Damon Tiwanov from Maitree Bay Area with us here today to share a few words. Welcome, Damon.
Gender-based violence must end, and we must engage ourselves and our friends and family members in raising awareness. Victim blaming has to stop. We must stand up together and demand justice for all victims of gender-based violence and abuse. Let's do it.
Control cannot be love. We must not ignore early warning signs or make excuses for violent behavior. Let's check if we have respect, compassion, responsibility, and open communication in our own relationships. Let's do it.
Everyone has a right to a violence-free life. Abuse must not be tolerated. We must destroy friendships with bullies and provide support and love for all victims. All must do their part to prevent gender-based violence. Let's do it.
We must recognize and change harmful attitudes and gender biosocial norms early. Start a conversation with your peers, friends, and family on this issue. Let us bring gender equity, respect, compassion, and dignity to all relationships to prevent any form of violence in our community. Let's do it.
The more we speak up, the more our voices are heard, the less taboo the subject becomes. Let's have more conversations on partner violence, familial violence, sexual violence, gender-based violence, and mental health stigma. Let's do it.
Relationship abuse and violence is literally happening among those we know and love. Victims are suffering from mental, physical, and online abuse, and we should not ignore it any longer. Let us stop abuse when we see it happen. Let's do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? All right, let's go to the public and we'll accept testimony now on item 2.12, which is related to Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. And if the folks who are raising their hand would rather speak on a different item on consent, we can hear that as well. We'll just hear any item on consent because I suspect we're going to have a motion very shortly. Mr. Soto.
Yes, Paul Soto. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Arenas for bringing this topic to the fore. I myself was a victim of sexual assault, and I went down to the YWCA and tried to get help and advocacy for the sexual assault in terms of reporting. When I went down to the police department, I told the caseworker that I was with, I said, look at how differently this is going to be treated. I said, because I'm a man and because I'm large, I'm going to be discriminated against and treated differently. She wasn't in agreement with that. I walked through her, we went to the police department, and the way that I was treated with the police department is the police officer wanted me to detail everything that happened to me within the context of that sexual assault right there in the lobby. Right there in the lobby. The caseworker that I went with from the YWCA
Mr. Soto, at a very bad time, your mic appears to have gone out. I think your reception.
You hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay. All right. And so what I did is that the way that the police department responds to sexual assault victims is very different for men than it is for women. And I have experience with that. You know, and the counselor at the YWCA was also surprised by that kind of response. So I'm glad that she's bringing this up as a topic in terms of that we have to deal with just sexual violence towards both women and men. That there is, that men can be victims of sexual violence and sexual assault. But the way that society addresses it, from the police departments to the clinicians to the service providers, is very different. And I think that it would be healthy if we could have those conversations as well. You know, in the way that we perceive that, you know, is it possible for a man to be a victim of sexual violence, especially if he's a very large man? You know, and the answer is yes. And so I want to thank her for bringing this to the fore, because I haven't even thought about that until she mentioned it here. And so it's definitely something I want to participate in terms of addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's Damon Tijuana. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members and members of public. My name is Daman Tivana and I represent Maitri here today, the organization that Councilwoman Arena has mentioned earlier. We are devoted to surveying victims of domestic violence for over 30 years now. And I want to take few moments to address dating violence today, which is an issue that just doesn't impact teens only. It also impacts the parents, the teachers, the friends, and our communities altogether. And it affects millions of teens in the US each year. And despite the glaring statistics like Councilwoman Arenas already has mentioned, there is still a lack of awareness and communication around what healthy and unhealthy relationships are. And therefore, there's an urgent need for a comprehensive plan to address teen dating violence in our communities. First of all, I want to thank everyone today for providing this platform for me to speak up. And I want to request the City Council to consider the following. Firstly, enact and support policies that address intersectional approach to addressing teen dating violence, familial violence, and homelessness. Support funding for domestic violence programs at federal, state, county, and city levels. Organize trainings on cultural responsiveness to various local government employees and agencies, and also uplift the voices of minority groups whenever possible. And to community members, I want to say that please recognize teen dating violence as a pressing issue, exemplify healthy relationships for the children at home, and elect leaders and policies that contribute towards building a just and equitable future for all of us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for your work. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, I wanted to speak on a few consent calendar items, and I guess to thank, first to thank you to Councilperson Arenas for the work she does on these sort of issues. With item 2.10, a good luck in beginning to employ more government staff for the future of local community energy. The future of local community energy to work as an open shared process can be some of the very good ways to define the future of a healthy, sustainable local democracy. As similar with the government staff as civic innovation, for people within government departments to want to work towards openness and accountability practices can offer a logic and good reasoning that can be trusted and felt in one's day-to-day work and with the people of everyday community. To speak to item 2.13, I hope the VTA will, to offer again, I hope the VTA will establish an advertising ethics review committee for any new large advertising that may be placed in the future VTA transit hubs. I ask we learn how to keep out offensive advertising and advertising that does not work towards the ideas of equity, reimagine, and peace. In fact, as we are all better understanding how ideas of California state funding can very much help local government communities, and with good VTA accounting adjustments to the budget at this time, is it possible to consider how to altogether end the current plans for large advertising to be placed across the VTA bus transit stops and kiosks? And to conclude with 30 seconds left here, to once again offer, it may be an already mostly established VTA electric bus program and its charging stations that may have to take a budget precedence before a more experimental City of San Jose automated vehicle AV program by the end of this next decade. Maybe there can be budget money available for both programs in the future, and at least I hope these words can help organize and prioritize your thinking on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, returning to the council. Councilor Mahan, did you want to make that motion?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the staff recommendation on Gallup Mesa and happy to do it as part of the broader consent or separately, however we need to do that.
Why don't we take all the consent items together?
Great.
Is that the motion?
Second.
Okay, great. Any comments? All right, let's vote on consent.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We will then proceed to item 3.1, which is a report of the city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have no report today.
All right, appreciate your brevity. Item 3.3 is the approval of the mid-year budget review report. I know this one won't be brief. Jim?
Yes, thank you very, very much, Mayor. Jim Shan, City's Budget Director. Do you all see my screen there?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Well, again, thank you for having us. This will be a little bit longer, and even a little bit longer maybe than normal. Normally, when we come here for the mid-year budget review, at least the last few years, and we've been at the spot where we've been, historically having, some moderate economic growth, which is corresponding with some moderate revenue growth. And the last couple of years at this time, we've had a little bit of extra revenue that we could reserve and set aside for the next year's proposed budget process. So this year is certainly different. So we're not in that situation now. So it's a very complicated report. We cover a lot of ground. And so we're going to try to touch on some of that ground here today. And because of that, the folks you see here on this slide on my senior management team are going to help me with the presentation. So you're seeing them here now, Selena, Bonnie, Claudia, and Bryce. So we're going to do quick handoffs as we go through the different slides, but this is the order in which you will receive us here as we motor through the presentation. There we go. Are you guys seeing the slide advance?
No, we're not seeing anything yet.
Oh, I think something stopped sharing. Stand by. Let me redo that. Okay, are you still with me here?
Yes.
Just can't get that slide advance. Weird. Well, I'll try something else here.
Jim, I think you're on the last slide. So that's why it's not
It's the
advancing.
same, Dave. Thank goodness for you, Dave.
That's why I'm the city manager.
Man,
A multi-talented city manager.
adding value. All right, one more time with feeling. All right, here we go. Perfect. All right, so overall, we have a $4.8 billion budget, and we've got over 130 funds. By and large, we're meeting expectations, but we definitely have some significant variability among the funds that we need to address here. The pandemic has really had a sustained impact on the city's budget. That's no surprise. I think what's become more apparent is its sustained impact has had a sort of a greater than anticipated impact in a few areas, especially those revenue generating services that were either suspended or significantly altered. For example, the PRNS fee activity program, some of our parking operations. So we need to talk about those here. Broadly, our economic trends are aligning with our expectations, but there are some notable exceptions, both in the positive and the negative areas. And we definitely have some budget actions in the general fund and in our various operating and capital funds to bring us back into balance here. So looking at a few economic conditions, our employment levels, of course, we see the massive drop off there once the pandemic started to occur. We have definitely started to recover somewhat, but are still well below prior year levels at this time. So our job level of sort of 1.17 million is 6.9% below last year's level. When you look at our overall unemployment rate, we have 6% currently. This time last year, we had 2.3%. So definitely we've seen the impact on our community and as it translates into the city's budget process. A bright side, though, certainly is on the real estate. So we have had, ever since, so this slide here, the black line is the median single family home price. And then the dashed line is the number of sales. And so you can see, we had definitely the drop off in the sales when the pandemic first hit, but they have really ratcheted up quite dramatically. And we never really saw a decline in price. And in fact, if you look year over year from December 2020 to December 2019, we're up. So when you're up both in home price and in transactions, that translates very, very well to some of the revenue sources that we have, such as the Measure E transfer tax, as well as our CNC proceeds. And will help us a little bit, hopefully, next year's property tax allocation. But a downside certainly has been the hotel sector and our revenues that are related from this. So this is kind of a lot going on here in this chart, but a few key items. So the gray bars are the room rates. The red bars are the revenue per available room, which is a really important metric for the terms of the revenues that the hotels are getting and the tax revenue that we receive for our transient occupancy tax. And then the red line is the occupancy rate. And so, we had a 47% drop in our room rate. Our occupancy rate dipped from 74% to 36.7% compared to year to date through last year. And our revenue per available room dropped 74%. So we did get better from where the depths back in the last a couple of months of 1920, where we had occupancy rate of only 15%. But the recovery, has not been substantial. And because we were even underperformed where we thought we would be for the first half of the year, we need to make some budget adjustments for both the general fund and special fund components of our hotel taxes. An interesting metric here to look at is our some performance of our general sales tax by different types of categories. And this, I wanted to kind of put this up here because we had talked a lot about this in our budget process. We did an MBA 4. If you read it all through, kind of talked through some of the methodology by which we were kind of trying to estimate way back in April where we thought sales tax might go with the pandemic. And what this chart here is compares the July through September sales tax activity for 2020 versus 2019. And you can see how the change is per each category. And when you look at the different categories, they're pretty close actually to where we had kind of thought they would be, with the exception of construction, which is actually performing better than it was this time last year, as the private development economy is definitely better than we thought it would be. But then, of course, county pool is significantly better than where it was. So it's a 42% change. We had always known that the county pool would go up for 2021 based, because we had folks that were at home and couldn't go out. And so, but what we didn't quite know to the extent of how the prolonged economic downturn would impact buying, and also the Wayfair decision from the Supreme Court that sort of allowed a greater collection of sales tax from online purchases was still new. And so, this county pool area line here, when it says county pool, that's primarily related to internet sales for the portion of our sales tax that is related to general sales tax. So our sales tax is split up into a few different components, but our largest chunk is our general sales tax, and kind of really gives an interesting flavor for how that economic activity has changed over the sectors, and how much the county pool has really helped buoy the city, such that we are bringing forward a pretty significant increase to our sales tax revenue estimates that Cindy will talk about in just a little bit here. Overall assessment from the general fund is, we are expected to remain in balance by year end, but we are, tracking in a slightly net negative position. When we look at, after we kind of do all the budget adjustments that we have in the mid-year document, the revenues are currently tracking in the year about $10 million below the revised budget estimates. We know at this point, we're already seeing approximately 3 to 5 million of savings in expenditures. We know from history that that's going to be a bigger amount as we get toward the end of the year. And so there's a lot of things that are going to happen between now and the end of the year. And so we feel pretty confident that the general fund will remain in balance by year end. But based on additional economic data that we get, and additional savings that we're going to be capturing as we make sure that we're taking full advantage of all the emergency relief funds that we have, and dialing in our expenditure savings estimates. But one thing we do want to point out is some of the things that we're doing now, and we will do it by year end to make sure we remain in balance. makes it a little bit harder for us to generate that additional fund balance that we sometimes are able to put on the table as one-time funding for the following fiscal year. And so just wanted to highlight that fact. So some of the things we're doing now, like kind of taking some of the savings back from the self-insured medical fund or releasing some of the funding from the salaries and benefits reserve, are things we would normally do toward the year end to kind of generate some of that fund balance, but we need to do it now, given that we're so tight in the general fund. And so we have a few adjustments here, and so I'm going to just show these broad categories. They're all detailed in the mid-year document. We have them in a few categories. You know, generally when we do these adjustments at annual report or mid-year, this is not really the time for new initiatives or big new programs. These are really more technical adjustments to make sure that we remain in alignment and can deliver the services that we told council that we would deliver. Though we do have a recommendation for an additional $58,000 as an urgent fiscal program need for some video redaction software that helps automate some of the redaction for the police body cam footage. Provides a pretty significant time savings of about 48% when you're comparing it to a manual video redaction adjustment. So we felt it was important to bring this forward here to make sure that we could fund that contract, and then that we would bring that ongoing cost of roughly $100,000 as part of the base budget process. So that's one recommendation that we have here as the only urgent fiscal program need. The rest of the items that we'll speak through in a second are related to required technical rebalancing actions to make sure we remain in alignment and address some problems. We have some grants, reimbursements, and fees that are offset by revenues and expenditures, and we got several net zero cleanup adjustments. And so now I'll let Stina talk through some revenue adjustments.
So there are several adjustments that are recommended in this report to align your general fund revenue estimates with the budget. So as Jim previously mentioned, sales tax is performing better than we had anticipated. The first quarter sales tax payment we received in November, and it reflected a drop of 5.5% from the prior year. However, when we built the budget, we assumed a 9% drop. So based on the information we know so far, we are anticipating sales tax revenue will exceed the budget by about $20 million. An increase to the real property transfer tax by $10 million reflects higher proceeds that are based off activities through December. All funds related to the real property transfer tax revenue is allocated to homeless prevention and affordable housing projects and programs. So therefore, corresponding increases to homeless prevention and housing expenditure appropriations are also recommended in this report to offset the extra tax revenue. A transfer from the self-insured medical fund totaling $1 million is included in the report. In prior years, the self-insured medical fund received transfers from the general fund to ensure fund solvency. However, payment of claims were lower than anticipated, leaving an available balance that can be returned to the general fund. The transfer included in the mid-year report reflects a portion of the fund balance that is left in the fund after the closeout period. A full reconciliation of this fund and a transfer of the remaining fund balance will happen at the end of this fiscal year. A transfer from construction and conveyance tax funds to the general fund for $978,000 is recommended due to higher estimated C&C tax receipts. Per previous City Council direction, 15% of all parks C&C tax revenue may be transferred to the general fund for operating and maintenance costs associated with PRNS. A $17 million decrease to the fees, rates, and charges is recommended, which mostly reflects PRNS fee revenue, as Jim previously touched on. Due to the shelter-in-place mandate, minimal PRNS programming is currently occurring, which will result in about $17 million of their revenue. An expenditure adjustment of $4 million to the PRNS fee activity appropriation is also recommended in this report to partially offset that decreased revenue. Property tax revenue is recommended to be decreased by $9 million, which reflects lower estimated SARA residual property tax receipts, partially offset by some higher unsecured property tax. As a result of a state of California appellate court decision, the distribution formula to all California residual property tax revenue from former redevelopment agencies changed, which is resulting in a loss of $10 million in 2021 to the city of San Jose. This reduction is attributable to revisions to the district disbursements from the prior 3 years of $7 million and the current year amount, which is $3 million. Partially offsetting this decline, though, is an additional $1 million in unsecured property tax collections. Finally, the transient occupancy tax estimate in the general fund is being decreased by $3.5 million. As Jim had mentioned, TOT revenues continue to be impacted by the shelter-in-place mandate, which is decimating hotel occupancy rates. Additional budgetary adjustments are also recommended in the TOT Special Fund, Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund, the Convention City Center Facilities Districts Fund, which will be discussed in more detail later in this report. Next, I'll turn it to Bonnie.
And before Bonnie takes over, I apologize. This is a negative $9 million. Like as Selena had talked with the net reduction to the property tax revenue. So apologies for that. Bonnie.
Okay, this slide lists the major expenditure adjustments that are included in the mid-year budget review. First one is an increase to the Public Works Department for increased costs related to janitorial services. Increased funding to the Finance Department for consulting and legal services to evaluate and prepare for the potential issuance of pension obligation bonds. An increase of $294,000 for elections and ballot measures to provide adequate funding based on actual costs from the November 2020 election. An increase in funding to the city clerk's office of $258,000 for contractual services related to the redistricting commission and the charter review commission. And a decrease to the salaries and benefits reserve of $4.3 million to account for net savings. That is recommended to be used as a balancing action to offset the other actions included in this report. So as part of the 2020-2021 adopted operating budget, funding is set aside to address increases related to personal services costs, such as the management pay for performance program, general wage increases for any approved union agreements, and actual employee benefit costs. That didn't make it into the adoption of the budget just due to timing of when those costs are known and when the budget is released. So at mid-year, the administration did an analysis and review of each department's personal services budget and distributes funding for those that cannot absorb the increased costs. As a result of the review, a net savings of $4.3 million could be recognized. And it should be noted that the savings were possible due in part to some cost control efforts of the administration that included a hiring freeze exemption review process to manage vacancies. The net savings reflect the following actions: $2 million in savings from the management pay for performance program, approved general wage increases and non-pensionable pay for one bargaining unit, which is POPRA, actual benefit costs for employees, $2.5 million savings from funding that was set aside to fund city contributions related to the Federal City Employees Retirement System Plan that were not previously incorporated into the base budget. And then $155,000 in assumed savings that were actually not achieved from the voluntary furlough reduced workweek program. And lastly, a reduction in the transfer to the municipal golf course fund. This is due to a result of the municipal golf course fund actually performing better than anticipated and not needing as much support from the general fund. The Muni Golf Course Fund is performing better due to higher than anticipated operating revenues and lower net operating assistant requirements from Los Lagos and Rancho del Pueblo. Next, I'll turn it to Claudia.
Several major tax revenues that support the city's capital program are performing significantly above forecasted expectations. Construction and conveyance tax revenues fund a significant portion of the capital program supporting parks and recreation facilities, public safety facilities, libraries, service yards, and communications. Through December, CNC receipts experienced growth, with the year-to-date collections increase of close to 17% from the prior year. 99% of the total CNC taxes are comprised of conveyance receipts, a tax based on the value of property transfers. Both November and December collections were strong. It is currently anticipated that CNC collections will total $40 million by year end, which is $10 million above the budgeted estimate of $30 million. The next two taxes generate revenue for our traffic capital program. Building and construction tax receipts total close to $17 million through December, which is 89% of the adopted budget estimate, reflecting higher than anticipated commercial development permit activity. This collection level is above prior year collections by $917,000. Recommendations are included in this report to increase the revenue estimate by $6 million, from $19 million to $25 million. Construction excise tax receipts totaled $12 million through December, 89% of the budgeted estimate, reflecting again higher than anticipated commercial development permit activity. This collection level is above prior year collections by $1.9 million. We have included recommendations in this report to increase the revenue estimate by $7 million, from $14 million to $21 million. Bryce?
As mentioned earlier, the continuing impacts of COVID-19 on the hospitality industry have prompted further forecast downgrades for the related revenue sources, on top of the already assumed declines in the adopted budget, which range from 33% to 39% for the transient occupancy tax and convention center facility district special tax. These adjustments are based on data available through November and conditions that were known at the time, with forecast assumptions to be reevaluated for the 21-22 final forecast that's going to be released later this month, and also in collaboration with Team San Jose and external consultants. In the TOT fund, the downgrades result in an estimated revenue loss of $5.2 million, which is lessened through the use of $500,000 in available fund balance. And the remaining reductions are applied proportionally according to the municipal code. 25% for the Convention and Visitors Bureau operations, 25% for cultural grant programs managed by the Office of Economic Development, and 50% for transfers to the Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund, which supports the contractual operations of the Convention Center and various cultural facilities that are managed by Team San Jose. This reduced transfer to the Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund is largely offset by fund balances that were held in the event of future revenue declines. And in addition, further postponement of capital improvement projects and the use of available balances in the capital fund offset the increased net costs of facility operations for Team San Jose. The convention and cultural facilities have been closed for events, with the focus shifting on securing them and maintaining basic functionality of mechanical systems. These closures are also expected to continue for the remainder of the fiscal year, which effectively limits revenue potential. In response, Team San Jose has implemented cost containment measures, including layoffs and postponed employee return dates, with the goals of maintaining core staffing to reopen the facilities at the appropriate time, and also reducing costs to minimum staffing and facility maintenance and operations. And last, similar downward adjustments are recommended in the CCFD fund, which are partially offset by the use of available fund balances. However, to balance the fund and prioritize debt service and reserve requirements associated with the special hotel tax revenue bonds and financing authority lease revenue bonds that were previously issued for the Convention Center expansion and renovation project, which was completed in 2013. Recommended adjustments include a one-time deferral of the principal payment for exhibit hall commercial paper, and that is combined with interest cost savings for South Hall commercial paper due to lower interest rates for the current year. These actions result in an additional interest cost of $26,000. However, this is a lower cost alternative than a potential interfund loan. Of course, given the significant revenue impacts to date for these funds, staff is going to continue to closely monitor their performance and also bring forward adjustments as necessary.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Bryce. So just a couple more, again, it's a pretty a broad ground that we covered here in the mid-year. And for the general purpose parking fund, it's kind of similar to the PRNS revenues, whereby the broader economic impacts that the city is facing, are maybe not as severe as originally feared, but the sort of the direct impacts from the pandemic that sort of changed daily operations are having a more sustained impact than we had anticipated. So when we look at the general purpose parking fund, which collects revenues related to meters and to parking garages, we're 62% below the prior year level. And we need to adjust the budget downward again by another $2.7 million. That would take us about 67% below sort of the pre-COVID levels in 18-19. And we're seeing obviously lower demand. We're also suspending some charges for on-street parking outside of the downtown core and allowing for 90 minutes of free parking in the garages. These revenue reductions are offset by reserves that were previously set aside in the general purpose parking capital fund to increase parking inventory. So it's nice that we have that offset there, but we've often looked to the general purpose parking fund to help fund activities in the downtown to help offset some of the general fund costs. And so as we head into the next budget year, And this will definitely be a weaker fund that has less ability to help us out there. And the airport funds are obviously, as you can see on this graph here, are definitely hurting, but that was to be expected. Of course, passenger enplanements are slightly below where the expectations were through December, but takeoffs and landings are about in line with expectations. I think the good news here is that the airport's well positioned to weather the downturn. They've got 2 rounds of CARES Act funding that helps offset revenue losses, and they have an upcoming bond refunding that's expected to yield some pretty significant savings. And so as we look forward to 21, 22, we're working right now with midyear behind us. We're turning our attention to finalizing our forecast for both 21, 22 and the following 4 years. We have the mayor's March message that will be released at the beginning of March and be for council's consideration for the middle of the month there. And then we get into production in April after we get the marching orders from the mayor's March message that's approved by council to put together all the budget documents. And so we can have that discussion when they're released at the beginning of May for a final budget adoption in June. And I think now we are at, again, where we started, which is at the last slide. And so thank you very much to the management team for helping me out with the presentation, the budget office staff who really kicks a lot of butt to get all these documents out the door, and the departments who put a lot of work into this and are also available to answer any questions that you all might have.
Great, thanks, Jim. And thanks, Bonnie and the entire team for all the work and the presentation, and for doing your best to try to pin a tail on this very fast moving donkey, that this very challenging economy that we've got right now with so much volatility and so much uncertainty. We appreciate this has required a lot of overtime just to try to understand the many countervailing forces that are affecting revenues and our expenditures. Let's go to the public, see if there are any public comments. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto, we're not able to hear you if you're trying to speak right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to echo what you were saying, Mayor, with regard to my gratitude for the report. I know that's not an easy report to give to the city, but if there was ever a time where an equity lens is most important, it's within the context of the budgets. I mean, we talk about equity, the necessity for it, we get all that, man. It's losing its potency. Where it does have its potency, however, is in its application to how the allocation of the resources of the city is defined and what that looks like. One of the things that I would like is to know what that $10 million that was generated with the Measure E, the one that has to do with the housing for the taxes on over 2 million sales, something like that, that if there a percent, because that went to the general fund, what I would like to know is the percentages of monies from that particular measure, what percentages are going specifically and directly to the housing, just specifically to that. So that's some information I'd like to know. And secondly, is what the city is going to do about articulating clearly and publicly the equity lens that is going to be applied, how equity is going to be actually defined, and then how it's going to be applied for budget allocation, because we're going to have be contending with a depletion of funding sources for, I would anticipate, probably for the next 3 to 4 years. And so if we can just logically anticipate that, we might be able to protect ourselves from certain things that we can probably anticipate that would arise. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll come back to the council. Let me just answer Mr. Soto's question in a very direct way. 100% of the Measure E dollars are being used for affordable housing or homeless services. That's by edict of the council, and we are continuing to adhere to that. All right, let's go to questions of the council. Councilmember Jimenez.
Councilmember, I think you're on mute.
Yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, sorry
there you go.
about that. Quick question about the $800,000 or so related to the janitorial contract. I know we approved that, I think it was late last year. And I'm curious if someone can elaborate a little bit on that and if it was something new or was to be expected given the approval of that contract, or just trying to better understand that.
Yes, thank you for the question. So I think we approved that contract, I think maybe back in October, after a competitive bid was finalized. And so, I think it was, when we had to even roll over the existing contract, for the prior year, we knew that that was going to be an increased cost related to a variety of labor costs, the different types of way that the contract is structured. So I think we had anticipated that we would have to do this adjustment. We are offsetting, just so you know, the $835,000. We are offsetting that by partially offsetting it by a $250,000 reduction to the Public Works Department to help blunt that blow for the current fiscal year, as we finalize, what that ongoing base cost is going to be on an ongoing basis in 21-22. We're still working on that, but it'll probably be north of $800,000 for sure. And I don't know if we have Matt and Walter here if you have additional questions, Councilman.
Thank you. And so is it safe to assume that irrespective of who would have received that contract, that we would have taken on that $800,000 or so cost?
I think we had anticipated from the results of that RFP that we were going to be increasing our cost for janitorial service. I think we've had that understanding for a little while now.
Okay, all right. Okay, and the reason I asked the question is I was just curious about the increased cost and how that would have played into the decision as to who to award the contract to, given that we were going to assume some of that cost. But if it was already been built into the assumptions, I guess it's a non-issue. But I was just curious. It stood out to me. And thank you so much for all the information. A lot of important things happening. Certainly a lot of dips in many accounts. And so I think at the end of February, you're going to be coming back to see if we need to dip into the stabilization fund, right?
So nothing is scheduled. So at the end of February, we're going to release a forecast that will sort of give our estimate of where we think 21-22 is going to be. I mean, from our perspective at the moment, we don't think we need to, based on what we know right now, which is, we only have 1 quarter's worth of sales tax data. So that chart I showed you is only from July through September. But and we're going to know some more information about second quarter of sales tax in a couple of weeks, as well as information on property tax. So we're going to get more information in the coming weeks that'll let us know how close we are. We don't think at this point that we need to use a budget stabilization reserve to get us through 2021.
Okay.
We're trying to preserve that as much as possible to help out with the 21-22 budget. Anything is possible. Anything can happen, but that's our estimation right now, is that we preserve that budget stabilization reserve for the proposed budget process.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Jim, I think you mentioned deferring a principal payment on some loan for the convention center. I can't remember what it was. It was for some improvements to the convention center. And I just wanted to ask, does that impact our credit rating at all, deferring a principal payment? That seems like something that obviously we wouldn't normally be doing that, but how did you make that choice?
I'll talk about making the choice. Maybe if Julia's on, she can speak to the credit rating, because I don't, the short answer is no, we don't think that's going to be an issue. But the Convention Center Facilities District Fund was a fund that was set up. So there was a special tax that was passed, I can't remember exactly the date, in the early 2010s, to fund the most recent expansion of the convention center. And so it's an additional 4% that's placed on most hotels in San Jose, not all of them, but most of them. And that tax pays the debt service on 2 different bonds that were essentially issued that tax backs. So those are in place, and those aren't being considered to be changed. But because that revenue has been performing so strongly for so many years, we had additional capacity in that fund to be able to leverage that to do additional capital improvements and expansions at the convention center. So we used some of that to do the exhibit hall lighting project a few years back, which was a really big project. And then we also leveraged a commercial paper program to do the South Hall purchase. So we are paying the debt service for commercial paper in that CCFD fund because we've had the capacity, but it's not an obligation of that fund. And so, we want to make sure that we preserve the revenue stabilization reserve in that fund and don't have to take any other actions that might result in the increase of the tax rate by an additional 1%. So we, looking at the different options, we also looked at maybe potentially doing an interfund borrowing, but really just delaying, because commercial paper interest rates are so low, that was a more cost-effective approach. So it's around a $26,000 or so additional cost as opposed to doing interfund loan, which maybe would have been around $50,000. And so that was the reason why we had taken that approach there. There are, before I turn over to Julia, sorry, there are additional proceeds that we hope to come back to council to bring more hotels into the district that have been paying, but we can't formally recognize that money. And so that money is pretty substantial. It's almost $5 million. And so once we can do that, then we can write ourselves, but we're working with the hotels to be able to do that.
So do I understand correctly from what you just said that we're making the required interest payments, but the deferral of the principal payment is not, the principal payment is not a requirement?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Julia,
Yeah, I just want to provide some clarification. So the bond, nothing is happening with the bonds. As Jim mentioned, this is only on the commercial paper side. And one of the beauties and things with commercial paper is you have the flexibility in how you pay off the principal that you've borrowed against it. So we're just utilizing that flexibility and deferring the payment of the principal. The interest will still accrue on the amount that's outstanding. So as Jim said, we did some analysis, and this was the most cost-effective way to kind of do that. So, but again, there's no impact whatsoever because the city has that flexibility to set its own repayment of the principal amount.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to say thanks for the great, thorough presentation and detailed budget report. Given all the uncertainty this year, it's a testament to all the hard work that the budget has come in, pretty close to estimate, and that you're able to have as accurate of a projection of the numbers as you had. Even though some things came in, higher and lower than expected. So the overall numbers came in pretty close. So that's a pretty, shows pretty good, budgetary work. I did want to ask a question about the COVID relief bill going through Congress. What do we know? Because there's direct aid to cities in that bill, I believe, right? So do we know, have an estimate of what amount of aid would be due to a city like San Jose in that bill if it were to make it through Congress?
I'm going to ask Lou Wilcox to field that one for me, Councilmember.
Thank you, Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff for the City Manager's Office. The framework for the state and local assistance is continuing to evolve. I would imagine the way they've caveated that at this point is it would be over a 2-year period, and it would probably be somewhat less than what we received last time. But Congress, they have bifurcated that package as we talked about. And so I would imagine as we come into March, and once the Senate is through the impeachment process, we'd get additional specificity on the funding formula. But again, it's something that we would receive kind of much later in this fiscal year.
And that would probably be money that we use for next year's budgetary process. Then.
We could, I mean, the way that money has been spoken about in Congress, and Jim jump in, but I think we've talked about it as an EOC and city is, what type of monies do we still need for the response? But then a big portion of that money too is really allocated to the recovery process and starting to rebuild the economy. So we've looked at it in both of those buckets, but it would be, if it is available, it would be something that would get budgeted much later into next year's budget process. I don't think we would, at least based off of what I'm hearing in Congress, I don't think we would recognize that money anytime soon.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Cohen? Nope. No. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and Jim, thank you and your team for that presentation. I had a question about the sales tax around the county pool. Can you first explain to me exactly how that process works? Because online sales tax is going to be a driver for us ongoing even past this pandemic. And I just want to have a better understanding of how we're allocated, our share of those dollars.
So I'm gonna tip Selena to the side. She understands the intricacies a little bit better than I do, but for the general sales, so there's a couple of different slices of sales tax. So the slide that I showed you is what they call the Bradley Burns sales tax, and that's the 1% of whatever sales tax in whatever jurisdiction you're in goes to cities, and so that's one we have the most data around, which is where we kind of do a lot of our analysis around, and so those So the portion of the sales tax that's attributed to those internet sales goes through the county pool, as opposed to maybe coming directly through us, which is what would occur with our local sales tax measure. We get that a little bit direct as the different nature of that tax. But Selena, why don't you go jump in and dive a little deeper?
Sure. So the county pool, though, is basically anyone within the entire county that makes an online purchase. The money would go into their one large county pool bucket. Then how each city receives money from the county pool is pretty much population based. So it changes every year, but the city of San Jose receives about 42, 43% roughly of the entire county pool. There is talk possibly of the CDTFA has mentioned changing the distribution of the county pool to be more driven by which cities are contributing to it. So if San Jose is only contributing 30%, we'd only receive 30%. So there is talk about that, but if that happened, would be far off. And if that happened, we would probably end up being a net loser. We would probably receive less of it than we currently do. So yeah, that's pretty much how it works. So we receive about 42, 43% of what everyone in the entire county purchases online things for.
And Vice Mayor, if I could, I think, when we made the sales tax projection back in April, there's a lot of unknown. We definitely took a conservative position on that countywide pool that, because we kind of didn't know where the economy was going to go. The Wayfair decision, Supreme Court decision that sort of opened the door up to be able for local jurisdictions to collect that sales tax was pretty new. We're not going to be able to afford to take that conservative position going forward. So just wanted to put that out there.
Oh, great. And then my second question is, the quarter over quarter increase was 42%. Was that based on a lower or low starting number, or are we doing fairly well in terms of tax collection from the county pool, even the first quarter of last year? I'm just trying to get calibrate, the significance of a 42% increase quarter over quarter.
It was year over year. So it was from last year at this point to this year. Part of it is due to what Jim said, the shelter in place has made a lot of people shop online. So whereas maybe our general retail sales had a drop, part of that is going to be because people, instead of going into the store to make purchases, they were making them online. So that's part of the shift. The other part of the shift is, as he's talking about Wayfair, Wayfair passed in April 2019. So last year at this time, it was still new. I personally think they were still working out the kinks of the distributions, et cetera. So the large increase year over year is going to partially be because more people are buying online, and partially just the change of sales tax now being able to be made off of internet sales.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other questions? Councilmember Pross.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple. So in regards to the parking fund, I see here that you're gonna sort of make up the difference of what we're bringing in less from the estimated is the reserves, and it looks like a reduction in the SAP Dearborn area parking and infrastructure reserve. Are there any implications to that in tapping into that reserves? And is that the only reserve for the parking fund we're tapping into, or is there other potential dollars coming out of other future projects?
Yeah, Jim, you want me to do that one?
Please.
Yeah, Councilmember John Russo, Director of Transportation.
Thanks for that question. And yeah, there are a couple other capital projects. We have assigned some of the funding to add elevators into the Second Street garage. We do have some other annual improvements that we do need to do, so we'll have to rethink some of that. But primarily what that capital reserve was for adding supply in the Dearden area. So there could be some issue with that in terms of how we go forward with it. So we're still trying to assess that.
What is the, I guess, what are the potential issues? What is it that we're thinking there, or when will we have a more detailed answer on that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We've identified, as you probably already in the interim period during construction. We're still working on those actual acquiring some of those properties to do that. So it's hard to say exactly when all that's going to come to fruition, but it is that's where the primary point of that reserve was point to that. So we probably will need to sort that out as we get a little further along in the whole Dearden and the Downtown West plan. But that's what's still needed to be sorted out, is when those properties are actually going to need to come online and what improvements that we're going to need to do to put the temporary surface parking back into place.
Okay, and then you mentioned the elevators. You said for what garage was that?
The Second Street garage. Right now it's the one that has been had some interest from San Jose State to purchase. So we put that on a temporary hold, but we still need to add those type of improvements if that other arrangement doesn't go forward.
Okay, yeah, I know. Excuse me, those elevators are in need of repair or replacement, and but I'm also aware of that opportunity with San Jose State. So I certainly would like to try to figure that out, whatever that that future holds for that parking garage. Before too long, because if we get back into some sort of normalcy here in operations of the parking garages, those elevators have caused a major issue, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a problem with them being out of service, and then we run into ADA and those kind of issues. So it's definitely an issue. We wanted to make sure if that San Jose State deal would come into fruition, it wouldn't make sense to put those in. But we've all been on a hold for about a year now, so we'll have to pick that back up and see if there's any future for that potential deal.
Okay, well, I'm interested in that conversation as well. It sounds like because of this decision here, there's more urgency to kind of figure out where we're going to go with that. So happy to connect offline to see if we can't circle back with San Jose State and city staff to figure out where that's going to go. My next question was in regards to the Convention and Cultural Affairs funds. Same thing, the report states the use of available fund balance to mitigate the reduction in the TOT transfer of 2.35 million. So Jim or anybody that can answer in regards to what, same question I just had before with this parking money, what effect is that going to have? What projects or funding, is that going to have implications on?
So for the most part, so for this action here, there's not much implications on the capital side. So we had already kind of gathered that money in reserve in anticipation that we will be needing this, later on. I think, but as part of the proposed process for 2021 and then the year 21-22, we pretty much don't have any capital funding on a going forward basis. Is that correct, Bryce?
That is correct.
So we're in a really tight spot for sure in terms of capital improvements. I don't think we didn't, we had a few things that we kept on going that made sense to keep on going, but we sort of dialed back everything that we could in conversation with Public Works and Team San Jose to make sure that we were positioned.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? I had a few. Hey, Jim, just wanted to first talk about sales tax. The various categories that you displayed included food products, and of course, are actually exempt from taxation. I'm wondering, given the fact that such a large share of the total, I guess 12%, what food products typically get taxed that provide much revenue to us?
I believe that's also includes restaurants and bars, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Sana? So that's,
Sorry, I had to find my unmute. Food products is restaurants, yes, but it's also food markets and liquor stores as well.
Oh, includes liquor. Okay.
Yes, it does. Yep.
that was one of the
All right.
ones that kept us up because restaurants being closed was a really difficult one. I think also those grocery stores that are grocery plus others that are also stayed open during so they were selling not just groceries, but a variety of other products that, let's say, Walmart would or other grocery stores, that those goods are taxable.
Okay. If they're non-food, that is. Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate we took a hit this year for past years' revenues that we recognized in light of the court decision with regard to how we allocate property tax emanating from former redevelopment properties. I'm wondering what the ongoing impact of that court decision is in terms of our loss of revenue annually. Is that just 2 or 3 million, or could it be a lot more?
We estimate it around about $3 million.
3, okay.
So it's about, so this year is $7 million back pay and $3 million should on an ongoing basis.
Okay. And then the CDTFA countywide pool distribution formula, that was described as us getting about 42% of the county pool. I'm sorry, could you describe again what's the numerical basis of that distribution? What's the formula? Is it just in general terms? I'm not looking for anything exact, but it sounds like it's clearly not population.
I always believed it was population based of the entire county, and they CDTFA, I believe, does the formulation, derives which city within the county receives what percentage of the whole. And we always range between 40 to 45%. It changes every year, but it's always within that range of the.
Is that because the county is taking some share in the because typically yeah, but I mean, typically we're usually about 55 to 60% of the county population, as I recall, 55, 56, something like that. So why are we only getting 42% of the revenue?
We could look into that. I think the county does also receive a portion of it, of the whole, but we can definitely look into the formula.
Okay, because that would only make sense if the county share isn't based on population and the cities are, right? Like if they're getting something off the top and the rest of us have to fight for what's left, it'd just be helpful to maybe understand that a little better, because strikes me as not terribly equitable if the largest city in the region with more than half the population is getting 42% of that revenue. So I look forward to learning more offline. I'm also concerned. Oh, yeah, question about the development fee program, moving out of the general fund. Is that just a reflection of what we've always known about the fee revenue programs under Prop 26, or is there's something else that prompted us to make that move?
No, what prompted us to make the move was just more of an administrative ease and a little bit easier transparency. Those have always been cost recovery fees, and they were just housed in the general fund.
Yeah.
But they performed essentially as mini special funds within the general fund. And they've got, we just made the administrative call, like, hey, let's just call them special funds, move them out and keep track of them that way.
Because we think state law protects them anyway. Is that the general idea?
Right.
Okay. Okay, makes sense. And then, we spent a lot of money in CARES Act in the last year. And I see that our expenditures increased by 125 million, but that was because of trans issuances and because of the movement of those development fees. General fund, I'm trying to understand where that CARES Act funding, why that's not appearing in the general fund expenditure. Is that in some other fund?
Yeah, so the CARES Act, we have that in the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is a separate special fund. So
a separate special fund, that explains it. Okay, thank you. And I just want to say a big thank you for making the decision, in budget and PD on that software to help with Public Record Act requests. I know usually the use of artificial intelligence with the police is always subject to a lot of scrutiny, I know, in the community. But in this case, this is something that's really going to be beneficial for transparency in the public and being able to be much more responsive with public record requests and video, because I know that's consuming an enormous amount of staff time and energy. And anything we can do to reduce that cost, I think is great. And then finally, the $800,000 additional amount that we're paying or so for a janitorial contract, is that purely a factor of sort of the additional hygiene that is necessitated by the pandemic? Or is that just a new contract that where, you know, everybody's pay goes up and that's what we're paying? Or is it some combination of the two?
I'm going to let Walter field that one, Councilmember, or Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Jim, and Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council. Walter Lynn, Deputy Director for the Public Works Department. The increase that we're showing is based off of a competitive bid that the Finance Department did administer last year. The previous contract with ABM that did expire after a 5-year term, there was a 1-year renewal. During that 1-year renewal, the RFP did go out for new services. The bids that came in, they were evaluated based on the competitive bid process. The services that we're getting now from Pride, it is a combination, the increase that we're seeing, it is a combination of increased labor costs, more so on the administrative side of the contract. In addition, there was some additional staffing that were needs. There were some deficiencies on the ABM side previously, where we didn't have enough staff coverage for certain facilities, including the 24/7 police facilities, et cetera. Also built into the Pride contract, previously, the city was paying for consumables. Those were the paper napkins, toilet paper, et cetera, as well as light bulbs for those lighting fixtures that the custodial team did manage. Previously, the city was paying for those. Now Pride is paying for those built into those into the current contracts.
Okay, thank you. And okay, I'll talk more about that offline. I know it's not terribly interesting much to the public, but helpful to understand all that. Thank you very much. All right, if there are any other questions, we'll take them now. If not, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to accept the major budget report.
Second.
Okay, motion second, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. Item 3.5 is Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Jackie and team are here with the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Hi, Reagan.
We're here with the Housing Department. I'm here with Michelle McGurk, Assistant to the City Manager and Assistant Director of our Community and Economic Recovery Branch in the EOC, and also Lee Wilcox with the City Manager's Office, and Jennifer Loving, CEO of Destination Home. We're here with some good news that the U.S. Treasury has provided $30 million in emergency rental assistance to the city of San Jose. In addition, there are more funds that went to the state of California that our tenants and landlords can access. These funds are not as flexible as our CARES Act coronavirus relief funds. And on January 29th, the governor signed SB 91, which extended eviction protections for tenants affected by COVID-19 and the recession, and created 3 program alternatives for implementing emergency rental assistance programs. The state set a critical decision deadline of this Friday, February 12th. So we're here today to walk you through the policy alternatives and provide you with the staff recommendation. We know we can build on our success and lessons learned in our previous rental assistance programs. In 2020, we invested in a number of efforts to provide direct financial assistance and rental relief. The largest effort was with the countywide homeless prevention system led by Destination Home and Sacred Heart, which pivoted to focus on COVID-19 relief. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Loving now to share about our 2020 program efforts.
Thanks, Reagan, and thanks, Mayor and Council for inviting me to participate today. So this started back in March. I've been here a couple of times throughout since to speak with you, and it's really started out of a conversation with Mayor Liccardo and I the weekend we went into shelter in place, that we knew that our families, especially vulnerable, extremely low income households would be really vulnerable to COVID, even though at the time we really didn't know what it was going to mean. And so we raised about $30 million in private money, partnered with the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara. And so far of that have distributed about $31 million. This is as of the end of December, both in rent relief and direct financial assistance to families, a blend of local public and private philanthropic money. And so far, 14,000 families have been assisted. The important thing to note is that really work to prioritize the most vulnerable households. And so you can see the results. We feel pretty good about being able to target not only mostly to extremely low income households, but 94% households of color. The average income you can see just didn't come close to what the rent was, the back rent. And then as we moved into what we're calling phase 3, which was once AB 3088 passed, and we started trying to pay back rent in line with the legislation at the time, we learned some other things. 25% of the households that we'd served were unable to access an online platform. Almost 40% of the households was unable to connect to a landlord or was not traditionally leased, which meant that it would create additional vulnerabilities in getting assistance. Next slide. I think I turn this over now to Michelle.
Thanks, Jen. I'll take it from here. So as Jen mentioned, from the very beginning of the pandemic, San Jose has prioritized helping those who are most vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic and for job loss. And I just want to quickly remind Council of the 3 objectives you approved in August with the framework for local communities. Invest in our most vulnerable, empower our community, and partner to stabilize. Next slide. So you saw this slide during Friday's listening session on community healing and economic recovery. And as staff said then, we've prioritized assistance and efforts to those who are in crisis. We evaluated policy alternatives for emergency rental assistance, and we asked ourselves, who's hurting the most and who is the most at risk of being displaced or becoming homeless? How can we build long-term resiliency? And how can we partner to stabilize families and improve outcomes? And which group of tenants will be able to access and get assistance from each model? Those in crisis or those holding on or stabilized? Next slide. And as we look ahead to 2021, there's no doubt the need is great, and even with the new influx of funding, we will still not be able to meet the need. According to PolicyLink, 22,000 low-income households in Santa Clara County owe $84 million in back rent, and that number is growing every day. We recommend you prioritize the extremely low-income households, those families who are in crisis or at the very top of that pyramid you just saw on the previous slide. The team has been working with the county, which also received Treasury funds, and with the homeless prevention system to learn more from our experience last year and build on the partnerships with grassroots providers to reach those greatest in need. You can see here our 5 priorities in the program design: our partner with trusted community organizations, outreach to zip codes with the highest rates of COVID-19, simplified application and payment systems, and we will meet the federal requirements and prevent duplication of benefits. And now I'll turn it over to Michelle to present on the requirements around the funding.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Michelle McGurk, currently serving as the Assistant Director for our Community and Economic Recovery Branch in the EOC. Just a few slides you saw a few weeks back, reminding you about the direct funds that we got from the Department of Treasury through the Emergency Rental Assistance Programs. These funds went to cities and jurisdictions with more than 200,000, and we could apply for that direct funding. So San Jose and Santa Clara County each received direct funding, and our share is just over $30 million. In addition, the state of California received 1.5 billion in funds to use statewide. These funds are available and need to be spent by December 31st of 2021. So the funds can be used in a variety of ways related to housing and utility payments. As Reagan mentioned earlier, they're not as flexible as our coronavirus relief funds were. The federal legislation sets the parameters for the program and specifically outlines rent and utility assistance. It does not include mortgage assistance for homeowners. We can provide up to 12 months of assistance with a priority for back rent and an option to extend for 3 months with forward rent. And if a family needs more forward rent, they can reapply. The priority is to pay the landlord or utility company directly, but if they refuse, we can assist the tenant themselves. And now that the new administration is in place, we expect to see additional guidance from the Treasury Department to clarify the program and the reporting requirements. The federal program also outlines who qualifies, very broadly stating that they must have experienced a financial impact related to COVID-19, such as job loss or loss of income. They must demonstrate a risk of homelessness and have a household income below 80% of AMI. The federal requirements also give priority to those households that are below 50% of the area median income or who have had continuous unemployment for 90 days. Additionally, they do state that we cannot duplicate other federal financial assistance. So if a household received rental assistance from our existing program in November and December using CARES Act funding, we would be able to help them with other months of back rent, for example, January and February. And as Reagan mentioned in the beginning, the governor signed SB 91 11 days ago. It, in addition to extending the eviction moratoriums, it lays out the framework for a statewide rental assistance program and allocates the $1.5 billion that the state received from the federal government. $150 million off the top for the smaller counties around the state. And then there are population-based formulas. $32 million is allocated to San Jose and $28 million is allocated to Santa Clara County. And that is on top of the money that we received directly from the US Treasury. Last Monday, a week ago yesterday, the state announced its partner, LISC, the Local Initiative Support Corporation, who will manage the statewide program. LISC is a community development finance institution, and here at the city, we've partnered with them in the past on small business programs. They are tasked with operating a multilingual program with an online portal and having it up and running by March 15th. So just a little bit more about how the state program is designed. SB 91 prioritizes paying landlords and it prioritizes back rent. Both of those comply with the federal regulations, but they add significant restrictions. Under SB 91, landlords will be paid 80% of the back rent for each eligible household in their rental properties for the period April 1st, 2020 through March 30th, 2021. In accepting the payment, the landlord agrees to forgive the 20% that they are not getting paid. I should note that the federal statute has a larger window in which we can pay funds. These dates are a little bit more restrictive. If the landlord refuses to accept payment under SB 91, then the tenant can receive 25% of the arrears for that same time period, which must then be paid to the landlord. SB 91 includes some protections for the tenant if the landlords refuse to participate and later tries to evict them. However, enforcement of those statutes will be left to the court system. We are very concerned that this model won't serve our most vulnerable and extremely low-income residents. As Jen mentioned, 40% of the folks that we saw in the last quarter of 2020 don't have traditional lease arrangements with their landlords. So SB 91 also has some options for larger cities and counties. There are 3 options that we can choose from to access the state's funds and for operating our own program. As staff evaluated each option, we kept going back to the pyramid that Reagan showed you and asked which group of tenants will this model help? Those in crisis, those holding on, or those who are stable. So option A is the state program. We would take the funds that we've received from the federal government and we would send them to the state. And we would let their partner manage the program. We would keep some funds locally for outreach and case management to help our tenants here in San Jose apply. But all of the back office, everything would run through the state program. There are a few advantages to this strategy. Landlords and tenants would have one place to go, and we could really focus on outreach, and we wouldn't have to worry about duplication of benefits. But all of our funds would be allocated on the state's model of 80% to the landlords, and if they refuse to participate, 25% to the tenants. And as we've mentioned, that really doesn't work for our most vulnerable residents. The second option is for the city to administer things 100% locally. We would apply this week for a block grant from the state. The deadline is this Friday, and we'd administer everything. Normally, this is the route that the administration would come to you with and recommend. But option B has 2 significant challenges. First, the state set very aggressive timelines for implementation. All of the funds must be spent by August 1st. That's 5 months before the federal deadline. Second, like with option A, all of our funds would be allocated on the 80% to landlords and 25% to tenants model. And that too is a challenge. So we come to option C, the hybrid model. We administer the 30 million we have received from the Treasury, and the state administers the 32 million that they have set aside for San Jose. Our local dollars can prioritize households at 30% of area median income and below, and we can build on the lessons learned and the successes of 2020. We can focus on those who are most in need, the families that are renting garages or a room in a house, those without traditional leases. For the dollars available in the state program, we are planning to do outreach to our landlord community, particularly the 21,000 units of deed-restricted affordable housing here in San Jose. The mom and pop landlords who have come to you and come to staff with the challenges that they're facing, the owners of our rent-controlled ARO units. We can partner with industry organizations and with the state's partner LISC to ensure landlords have access to technical assistance and multilingual information. There is one significant risk with option C. SB 91 puts the burden of ensuring federal funds aren't duplicated on the city if we pursue this option. We are working on how we can build protections into our local program and exploring all of the alternatives around this factor with other jurisdictions that are pursuing option C. So this concludes staff's recommendation. With your approval, we would move forward on pursuing option C, and we would not apply for block grant funding from the state this week. We have scheduled, here under next steps, you can see we have scheduled additional listening sessions with nonprofit partners on February 18th. And we would encourage you, if you know of a potential partner that didn't participate in the past that serves a particular community, please connect them with me and we'll connect them with the larger partnership. And then we hope to return to you on February 23rd with contract authority and budget actions for the program. With that, staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Reagan. All right, let's go to the public first before we come back to the council. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. I'm hoping that, thank you very much for this program. I'm hoping to learn how this sort of program can work in a smaller city than San Jose. That'd be nice to hear and to be explained. To address eviction moratoriums, rent freezes, rental forgiveness, and assistance issues one more time, I think we're all better understanding the beginnings of COVID-19, and this possibly man-made pandemic is not the fault of everyday people. And from this, everyday people should not be held responsible for its debt burdens. As part of our human decency at this time, it has been decided about 80% of rent debt issues can be forgiven at this time with the help of good California state funding practices. Yet, as these good intentions try to equally help both owners and tenants, we cannot fully commit to cover the remaining 20% of rent forgiveness issues for both tenants and owners at this time. To again offer a perspective, I feel most apartment owners and small business landowners have a certain business knowledge of current tax incentives and state funding plans that can be specifically designed to take care of the needs of most owners at this time and meant to help so owners do not have to raise their rents on vulnerable tenants for the next couple of years. From this place is the final question of full rent forgiveness for tenants, as they are more vulnerable and often do not have the same advantages or business acumen as owners can. It seems owners need to learn to direct their efforts to work towards bettering their own state funding and tax incentive needs and not spend so much time and energy in what can be a selfish, individualistic, bitter pursuit of continual litigation with local government and tenants. A reminder, local government is only trying to look after and take care of all parts of a society at this time of pandemic. In this waiting time that COVID-19 has put us all in, we should begin to learn how to prepare as an entire community for the next decade of possible natural disasters in the SF Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anil Babar.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Anil Babar on behalf of the California Apartment Association. We wanted to thank the city and Michelle for reaching out to us early on to see how we can partner with the city and work with rental property owners to distribute these rent relief funds. The California Apartment Association is committed to advancing information on the rent relief application process and compliance with SB 91. We've created a good deal of publicly available information that can be accessed at our website, canet.org/CTRA, where we provide as much information for owners to understand and comply with the nuances of that very complex legislation. We're here to partner with the city to assist with the compliance of any local program so that owners in our area can make sure that they're following the law and following the details of any program parameters that get created. We want to, once again, thank the city for including us as a partner in this process.
Thank you. SV at home?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm the Protection and Preservation Associate at Silicon Valley at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. The health and economic impacts of COVID have been far-reaching, with thousands of San Jose families falling behind in rent payments and borrowing or maxing out credit cards to pay for utilities and other expenses. And while the rent moratorium has been, or the eviction moratorium has been a critical emergency response, it alone is not the answer. Thankfully, the latest round of federal stimulus measures has included this critical emergency assistance for renters and landlords. We expect the need to exceed these new resources, however, and it is our hope that more funding is forthcoming, and we will continue to do advocacy on finding more resources at federal and state levels. What we're here today to do is support the staff recommendation to administer a new federal tenant relief funding through a hybrid program, option C, whereby the city would administer $30 million directly, with the remaining $32 million being administered through the state's partnership with LISC. As highlighted in the staff memo, the state funding comes with additional restrictions. The staff recommendation to administer a portion of those funds locally will enable needed flexibility to target the most vulnerable city residents who are most at risk of displacement, including those tenants who are not in traditional landlord relationships, who may lack online access for enrollment, or for whom language barriers and concerns over legal status may pose hurdles in gaining access to the state system. We further support efforts to direct those local funds through successful efforts spearheaded so far by Destination Home and Sacred Heart Community Services in coordination with a network of more than 70 local partners, which has provided rental and other financial assistance to more than 14,000 local families to date. SV at Home is prepared to work with our local partners to educate the community about available funding, how to apply for assistance, and how to be prepared for the challenges ahead. Thank you for all your work. Thank you to the city staff. And thank you for making sure that the most vulnerable residents in the city are protected.
Thank you. Brian Darby?
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor and everybody. I hope you're all doing well in this strenuous time. Thank you to the city staff and to the council for all the effort in providing this relief. I just wanted to touch bases on, I noticed that people were saying a lot about the not being able to gain access to online resources. I've gotten down, building a laptop down to about 25 or 30 bucks with Linux on it, and it'll do pretty much what you need as far as like running meetings. It'll let you get on. I'd like to see us try, I'd like to try to help, actually, is what I'm trying to say. And also, I'd like to bring up the fact that during this time, the stress and the emotional strain, it wears on people too, and you can't really put a numeric value on it. I'm fortunate where I live, thanks to you ladies and gentlemen, making sure we have a blanket or a net to catch us when the houses are already starting to move out. I had a few of them carried out the back door from the mobile home park. It's really strange to see. But there's a comfort in it that has eased the stress that we felt during our transition time that I'm sure others are feeling now. And that's something that really should be addressed, because we're not machines, we're not money, we're not, all those things are important, but they're not, we're people. And people are also emotional. We saw that transpire over the last 4 years about emotions one way or the other. And our chain is yanked all the time, you know. So I hope that when you put this forward, there may be some elements that can also provide for these most at-risk people someone to talk to help get through the emotional aspects. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Brian. Huáscar Castro, welcome. Huáscar, we're not able to hear you right now if you're trying to talk.
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Huáscar Castro, Working Partnerships, and we are pleased to support City Staff's recommendation of a hybrid model rental assistance program to bolster local efforts in ensuring that our most vulnerable residents have access to emergency funds. There are certain requirements tied to the state funding allocation, such as the 80-25 model, which would keep tenants in an especially vulnerable position if a landlord opts out of participating in the state's program. Through a hybrid model, funds that are not required to abide by the 80-25 model can cover a larger percentage of rental debt, which would be a much greater support to tenants who have fallen behind during these uncertain times. Along with our express support of the hybrid model, we would like to also emphasize the need for robust outreach to communities that are in most need of relief during this pandemic. Over 70 nonprofit partners have been able to come together in the past and do fantastic work in reaching individuals who would benefit most from rental assistance funds. This should be a part of the city's outreach strategy as they administer this program. Overall, we are pleased to see the city looking at opportunities to disperse funds in a more flexible manner in order to provide greater support to households that are really struggling during this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tim Bobian?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Tim Bobian, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our 6,000 plus members. SCORE supports the staff recommendation and memo from Councilmember Esparza of a hybrid approach to implement the federal rental assistance funds both locally and with trusted nonprofit partners and through the state plan approved in SB 91. We thank staff for their work to quickly prepare this proposal and council and staff to continually advocate for further rental assistance from the state and federal government. This proposal creates two different pathways for both housing providers and tenants to receive the desperately needed funds to help pay back rent and alleviate months of financial pressure and distress. We thank the city for taking the steps to help those most vulnerable tenants and housing providers through an education and awareness tool and by prioritizing the funds through AMI in this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I was at the county meeting this morning, and so that there's no confusion, it would be wise to implement C because it would be consistent with what the county had done. Supervisor Chavez went ahead and stated that this policy would create more flexibility for the between the city, county, and nonprofit providers to allocate the funds, because you got people just in the garages, man, with their word. They see them with the uniform. They see that they got a hot list, so they go ahead and agree to rent to this person because they understand that housing is just it's a very basic human need. It's like water or food. And so they understand that. And so being able to have this bottom up kind of philosophy to where the nonprofit communicates the needs of the public to the city, to the county, and then we tell them what we need and how we need to apply it, because they're not the ones that are aware. And so we have to really rethink the way that we interact with federal and state governments, that we tell them what we need, and then we don't acquiesce until we get our demand met. Because we're the ones that are on the street and know exactly what's going on. I'm on the street. I know exactly what's going on the street. I hear things, I see things, and I feel things. And so I think that this would be wise to do that, because the less confusion that we have between the county allocation of funds and the city allocation of funds would help with this situation, because there's a lot of confusion, frustration, and uncertainty already as it is. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's return to council now. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. My iPad's acting up, so I'm just gonna do with it that way. I want to thank so many people. I'd like to thank city staff for putting in a huge amount of work. And I know that this has evolved over time. Thank my colleagues and the mayor for stepping up time after time to step in when the state or federal government couldn't or wouldn't serve our most vulnerable people. And lastly, but definitely not least, I'd like to thank Destination Homes, Sacred Heart, and the 70 equity partners who are on the ground, who are so critical to making this effort to date be successful. And I want to say, I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at this attachment that has the pie chart and the graph. And you look at this and you look at the financial assistance that's been distributed to date, and you know it's been successful. Even the zip codes that have the highest numbers, the highest distribution numbers, they're in order of COVID cases. And that gives me huge confidence in the organizations on the ground, that they are on the ground, they're in the neighborhoods, whether it's the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center or Amigos de Guadalupe. These are organizations that are deeply embedded in our communities, have the trust and the wherewithal to do this important work. And so because of them, we are one of the few jurisdictions in the state that has been able to set up a safety net that prioritizes those most vulnerable. And I was actually initially hopeful, I think I mentioned it on some prior council meetings, that I was hopeful that the state would do a carve out or have an ability for us locally to administer the state funds. And it's disappointing that the state is making us take on this extra work and to create a sort of bifurcated system. And whether it's vaccines or rent relief, it's the locals, it's the municipalities, it's the local government that is stepping up to do this. And I do have to say, I'm very disappointed in the state because we have the need, we know, we have the statistics about the folks who are most vulnerable and the needs that they have, and the total number that's over $84 million for the extremely low income, that over 22,000 of our households are low income and owe a staggering $84.3 million. And so if you're low income, these households on average have an income of $1,000 a month and an average rent of $1,700 a month for an average back rent debt of $5,000. So it's no wonder that in the heart of Silicon Valley, people resort to non-traditional living situations. And I wanted to point that out because I know we've talked a lot about that during COVID. Folks are renting bunk beds. Their whole families are renting a room, renting garages, renting sheds. Talk about non-traditional. They're doing whatever it takes to make ends meet. And it's my belief that this work is keeping people alive because they're losing hope. And if you make $15 an hour, how do you get out from under $5,000 in rent debt that you know is going to continue to climb? And so, yes, I'm disappointed in the state, as proud as I am of us. And I want to point out my colleagues in council members Jimenez, Perales, Carrasco, Arenas, and myself published an op-ed today. It was about vaccines. But if you substitute a large healthcare provider with the state on rent relief, it comes out to the same, that relying on a large healthcare provider that does not traditionally serve high needs communities is a strategy that will likely lead to an inequitable rollout that ineffectively targets and reaches those communities. And so we know that we, and by we, I mean all of these wonderful partners, have been able to do that work. And I wanted to read a story actually from the PARS Equality Center. So a domestic violence survivor and a client of PARS Equality Center received the rent relief funds. She's a U visa applicant, has no legal status while her case is pending adjudication. She worked as a hairstylist before the pandemic, but lost her only source of income following the shelter in place and subsequently the stay-at-home orders. Her ineligibility for unemployment benefits, as well as other forms of relief due to her immigration status, put her on the brink of homelessness. This rental assistance ensured that she can keep a roof over her head for now. Her landlord is very appreciative and seems willing to support her even after the rent relief runs out and the eviction relief expires. And we hope that that support continues. There's one other issue that I wanted to point out, because we've had to deal with the same thing with vaccines. And that is that 25% of the households that received the rent relief funds were not able to access the online payment form. And we're seeing this with vaccines. It's hard for folks to access the appointment setting system. We saw it earlier in the year in the digital divide efforts. We know which kids and which families are being left behind. And so I'll make a motion, but before I make the motion, I just want folks to remember that we have people that they just want some hope. There's so much suffering. They're suffering with COVID. They're suffering economically. They're suffering with all the increase in violence and domestic violence and all the other things that are going on in neighborhoods right now. And they just want a little bit of hope. And I think this gives our community some hope. So having said that, I would like to move hybrid option C tonight moving forward. That's my motion.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and I think they might be for Michelle on option C. You had talked about the risk for duplication because we'll have two different programs if we go with this option. And I just want to talk about what does that look like in terms of, I think that means we will have more expenses for administering this program this way. Is that correct?
Not, we will have to do our due diligence, but there will have to be coordination. And I know Jen has and the folks at Destination Home have already had conversations with the state partner. And so we're trying to figure out how we can work with them. I mean, as it is, when you have a program and you have 70 different partners, we've had to create systems to make sure that the same family isn't getting helped from multiple agencies. So we use the countywide HMIS database system to manage each of cases. And so we can share data. We just are going to need to enter a data sharing agreement with the statewide partner and put protocols in place. The state has given in some of their webinars some conflicting information about how that might work and their willingness to do that. But we've had direct conversations through Destination Home with the partner, and we have full confidence because we've worked with them through OED in the past, that we can reach some kind of data sharing arrangement with them.
Okay, that's really helpful because I think we've all seen in the paper how the state doesn't manage their data real well. And so I'm not concerned really on our side, but the fact that we're taking on the risk and we have the responsibility to ensure that there's not duplication, but that we don't have control over their side of the data. I've been in that position before in a previous life, and it's very difficult to ensure the quality of the data that we get. And so that's a concern that I have. If you're telling me, and Jen is saying we've worked with the vendor before, and we have confidence in them, then that's that gives me a little bit more peace of mind. Do we also have a mechanism in place to, if, at least on our side, if we are working with a renter, to notify the landlord that they're getting paid through this program?
So the federal, what's different, and we're going to have to build this in very clearly in the program, is the federal statute does have requirements about notifying the landlord and attempting to pay the landlord first. So that's going to be part of the process we're going to have to build in. So that, we're still, this is all happening very fast. So these are all things we're going to have to build in. We are working, Reagan and I met last night with one of our compliance consultants through the finance department and the EOC recovery branch around specifically this issue of duplication of benefits, and really got some good advice on that. We do have some questions, and other cities are raising these questions, other counties as well, is if the state doesn't put in place a mechanism for us to check, with them to ensure duplication, how can they actually put the burden of proof on us if they're not giving us a means to do that?
Right.
So I think these are all questions that we, hopefully when we come forward on the 23rd, we'll have more details as they evolve. But, we're going to do everything in our place because we do not want the federal Inspector General to come in and claw back funds, down the road. So,
right. And I thought we were paying on the previous CARES Act funding. I thought we were paying the landlord directly. But something you said made me now think that maybe we didn't do that. Jen, can you speak to that?
I think that we make the first attempt is to pay the landlord. Okay. But if that can't happen, right? If there's a refusal or one of these non-traditional settings, then we provide the documentation to the tenant.
Okay. Okay.
And council member, if I could clarify, we haven't worked with LISC before. I've had an informal conversation about the fact that, of course, we're going to want to work together. It's great that they're going to be pressing down, meaning, right, 30% or 80% AMI, sort of more traditional inroads. We can be lifting up from the bottom, and hopefully we're going to meet, right, and help a lot more people this way. I'm surprised that this way is being disincentivized, because it really gives us an opportunity to, I think, to target specifically vulnerable folks, and also there'll be this larger rent relief effort. But of course, we're going to want to work together.
Yeah, I agree. And I thank you for the clarification. And I do think that option C gives the potential for greater coverage in the community. I did want to ask one thing about the state program, and I think this applies regardless of the options, but I just want to understand if the landlord wants to participate, and in one of the questions that my staff asked you, Michelle, you said the tenant doesn't need to participate, but then how does the landlord know that their tenants qualify for the AMI levels that are being requested?
Yeah, so the federal statute does require that the landlord notify the tenant that they are applying. And so they will have to ask the tenant some questions. In some cases, there will be, there are some ways that a tenant might categorically qualify. For example, if they're receiving CalFresh, then we would know they were within income levels. But it's all going to have to be seen what the portal looks like that the state partners put together, and what documentation the landlords need to turn in, what documentation they get from the tenants.
So we don't actually know. I know some landlords have come to me and said that they're concerned about the way it's laid out, because if they don't get the documentation that they need from the tenants, that they don't know if they can participate. So might we be how does option C mitigate that problem? I guess is my question.
It doesn't, I mean, we will do our best to educate the community about both programs and make sure that they understand how to apply and what information is needed. And our focus with the state program will be on the landlords and helping, if we need, I fully expect, so the state also is going to have a multilingual communications partner that is doing preparing materials for tenants and landlords, and that so hopefully there will be resources that we can share and that a landlord could share with their tenants.
Okay, and if it comes down to if we find out basically that the landlords are going to the state and they're not getting to go through the program, right, because of tenants not participating, and then do we end up leaving those dollars on the table because the state has to administer the state funds? Is that what will happen potentially?
Why would the tenant not want to participate?
So some of the concern was if tenants are not documented, that they may not want to participate or may not be eligible to participate.
I think that's the benefit of working with the local effort. We've been serving the undocumented community.
Then it would go through basically the second part of option C, through the tenant to pay the landlord.
Or at the very least, through this community-driven effort, our partners are working with the undocumented community. So they're already are going to know and have relationships with these organizations to go to. So I think for those particular concerns, the local option is going to be a good option for them.
So, Councilmember Davis, this is Jackie Morales-Fran, the Director of Housing. We have been having conversations with the county about having a coordinated campaign that is consistent countywide on how to access both portals. So whether it's using funding through our local partners or trying to get funding through the state, our goal, and we know it's in the best interest of everyone in our community, is to get all of this money out as quickly as possible. And frankly, I think these two efforts really complement each other, with the state really focused on landlords and making it very easy for landlords or certain landlords to access their services, while us focusing on people who need the hand-holding, who would have a much bigger challenge in trying to access the state money. And so I really feel like this is a complementary effort that will actually reach more people than if we utilize, frankly, one or other of the efforts.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out how it's going to work on the ground, and if we have any capability to retool if necessary, if things are not working. And so I just want to put that out there. And then my last question is about the money that Santa Clara County is getting. How is that going to be distributed?
So the county decided this morning to, the board recommended going with the hybrid model option C as well. We are in constant communication with the county and collaborating, and the idea is that they will also bring forward something to the Board of Supervisors on February 23rd. The homeless prevention system and the efforts over the last year have been a countywide effort. So there are some grassroots partners that just do work in Gilroy and Mountain View and so forth, just as there are some that just work in, the Mayfair neighborhood. So it has been a countywide effort, and we see that continuing into this newer effort.
And I would say it's important to note that the majority of extremely low-income renters are in the city of San Jose. And so the county has stated that if resources are needed in the city, that they're prepared to do that same investment wherever the resources are needed.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know, because I was trying to figure out whether the $20 million out of the California designation for Santa Clara County was for the rest of the county and none for the city of San Jose. But it sounds like we are, and I don't know if entitled is the right word, but we will get a portion of that as well for our San Jose residents. So the amount that's available to the city of San Jose residents is not 62 million, it's something greater than 62 million, because a portion of the county funds will be used in the city of San Jose as well, right?
That's right.
And so are there really kind of three programs? The landlords in the city of San Jose will for sure go to the state, and then tenants will either go to the city or to the county if they live in the city of San Jose? Or is that one effort that's for the whole county that's going to be done together?
Correct. One effort for the whole county.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys giving all that clarification. I just want to make sure I understand this is very complex. Thank you.
It is complex. Councilman Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. Well, there's no doubt that under the construct the state has put together that the hybrid model is the best for our residents. So I just had a couple questions. I think Councilmember Davis covered most of it, but as I understand it, landlords will be directed to the state program, and so that we can focus on residents, particularly the lowest income residents. So to me, the duplication problem that's the most complicated will be knowing that landlords have received help from the state when their tenants might be coming to the city for help, and making sure that we're not giving help to tenants when their landlords have already received help. And so, I mean, maybe you've already answered this question, but what is the mechanism by which we'll be able to understand how the landlords may have received help when a tenant may also be coming for help on the other end?
So we're still going to have to work that piece out, but the tenant is the federal statute does require the landlord to notify the tenant that they are applying on their behalf. So, and there are questions such as income level and so forth that there's going to have to be a conversation there unless it's already an income qualified unit, like one of our deed restricted units. So I think, the tenant is hopefully going to know that the landlord is applying because that's the way the law is written. But we will be building in some channels of communication to the best of our ability with the state's provider.
And then the tenant would have to wait and see whether the landlord had their application accepted or not. And then if somehow the landlord didn't receive it, the tenant could continue the process with the city or county to get help because the landlord was turned down for some reason or something didn't work out in some way. Is that the way it would work?
Yeah, it would depend on the reasons why the landlord was turned down. I mean, if it was something related to the tenant themselves, like that they didn't income qualify, then that would be.
And maybe they wouldn't qualify in the other system either, I guess.
Right.
Okay. Presumably that would be an unlikely circumstance. If the landlord went to the state, they would get the help and then the tenant wouldn't receive the help. Okay. So you would be there would be a system by which you would be able to follow through and find out whether the landlord actually then went and completed the process with the state so that you could help the tenant and make sure that they're getting the relief that they need in some way, or because tenants might feel like they're not in the loop or don't really know what's happening and might be very nervous or scared about this process since it's not one provider. That's the downside of this process the state's left us in, right? Is that they're counting on the fact that the landlord is going to get help and then it's kind of waiting to see if that occurs while hoping that comes through for them, right? So is there some intention, I guess you'll find out how that process is going to work through the state so you can have some intention to to make sure that that tenant gets the communication that they need to know that that has worked out for them. This is not really answering that question yet.
Yeah, I guess those are all goals and great input, council member. And you know, we've you know, I think that it's so early. The state's provider was just announced a week ago yesterday.
Okay.
And they have a lot of work to do over the next, you know, by March 15th.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think the rest of my questions were already answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Wow, this is a lot of money and really exciting, but it's not nearly enough. I appreciate that. I remember last year how quickly we ran through the funds that were generated from Silicon Valley Strong. So this is really going to offer relief for a lot of our tenants and allow them to continue to stay where they are and give them some peace of mind. Many of my questions have been asked, but I do have a couple of questions. And one of them is related to mobile home owners. Mobile home owners own their unit, own the home that they live in, but they pay rent on the ground. Are these funds available to them too if they qualify for the very low income and the income ranges?
Not currently, council member. We are asking Treasury through our lobbyists to clarify that we could help them with the rent for the space. But the way the current, and there's additional guidance because the initial guidance was the prior administration, and the new administration has just appointed Secretary Yellen, and there's all of the transition going on. So they have actually on their website, the FAQs for the program say updated guidance coming soon. So we have requested that they answer the question around mobile home because we have so many mobile home parks in San Jose. We're in a unique situation with that, but we are encouraging them to allow mobile home participation. We have not heard anything as of this week, though.
Okay, great. Please keep us up to date because as you know, our mobile homes are occupied by a lot of seniors who are on fixed income, a lot of disabled folks who are on fixed income. So I think the income qualification they would meet, it's just a matter of because of how they own their property may not fit into the federal guidelines yet, is what you're saying. Well, hopefully that can be worked out to their betterment. I have another question. So some tenants have been able to make their rent payment by borrowing from their credit cards, by borrowing from friends and family. And so while they're technically not in debt or don't owe the landlord anything, they owe lots of other people money, including their credit card carriers, where they're going further and further into debt to the tune of probably 18, 19, 20, 25% interest. So can these folks benefit from this program, and if they can, how would they benefit from this program?
Thanks, Councilmember, for the question. I think Jennifer Loving wanted to answer that.
Hi, Councilmember Foley. So you're exactly right. The fact that this money is restricted to pay rent and through landlords is limiting. So one of the things that we are going to do as part of this effort is continue to put the private money that we've raised towards this, so we can provide direct financial assistance to families. What we've learned in doing this rent relief work, in the last bit of 2020 was that some families have kept their rent burden a little lower because they've gotten predatory loans, payday loans, to your point, credit card debt. And so we have $5 million left of what we raised for, and then we're going to roll over into this effort. And then my job, and I'll probably lean on the mayor and others to help, is to keep raising private money so that we can say, okay, let's do the landlord workout and help with families aren't paying medicine, they've drained savings. And so that's really going to require other money. I don't see where that's coming from right now because of the way that the stimulus is tooled. So we're using our private money.
Okay. And how would a tenant find out about the private funds and the availability for those funds to help give them some relief on the debt that they're in, that they've already encumbered?
So I can speak to how it's worked so far, and then, you know, if this is approved, right, we will then come back with like the program model and we can explain exactly how we're going to do it. However, what we have felt like was really helpful was this kind of community-driven effort was born out of the feedback we got from families in the spring that said, we want to get cash from people that we trust. We want to go to people we already know. So we're going to keep using that model, meaning organizations, Maya mentioned, or Councilmember Esparza mentioned Amigos de Guadalupe, Latinos Contra Cancer, other groups that are on the ground that are administering this rent relief in the course of the work can say, well, what else do you need? Or what else is going on? Not only are we being able to right now say, great, go here for food, go here for, you know, COVID testing, whatever the other things are. This will be a component. It'll be predicated on how much money we have.
Sure.
But the whole point of offering that flexibility is, frankly, because it's what people need. And so they'll find that out through the engagement that they have with these many different partners that are already in relationship with them.
Wonderful. Well, I really look forward to this program being rolled out as soon as possible. It will offer a tremendous relief and give folks who are worried about how they're going to stay in their homes some ability to not worry about that. They may be worried about a lot of other things like food and jobs and providing for their families, but this will help them not have to worry about a roof over their heads. So I really look forward to this rolling out as soon as possible. And I hope the federal government gets us that big check really, really quickly. Thank you very much for all of your efforts. I appreciate all of the partners and staff for this report and for moving us forward in the targeted way that we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Krasko?
Thank you. And you know, I see everything backwards on my screen, so I don't know if I'm normal. Not normal. I don't know if you're seeing me. Okay, so I'm experiencing a little vertigo with this virtual thing on there. So I'm just gonna get through it as quickly as possible because I can't even look at myself right now. But I wanted to thank staff for your work on this, and I, you know, because this is one of the biggest stressors of our families, besides knowing whether you're going to get sick or not, whether you're taking care of someone who's impacted by COVID. Keeping the roof over your children's head and making sure that you're not going to get evicted is by far the biggest stressor. At least that's what I'm hearing. And I'm sure that if we ask our partners what they're hearing from our families, there's nothing more stressful than whether or not you're going to have a home over the next 30 days. And so I too want to extend my gratitude to Destination Home, to Sacred Heart, to all of the partners that have been working with our families and have been sounding boards and who have been, you know, the shoulder to cry upon. I know that it can be really, really difficult to sometimes take that home with you. And it's been just a heavy year. And we've all had our moments. I know I had one this morning, but we've all had our moments. And I see Chad, nice to see you there, and Jennifer, Loving, and I know that Poncho. I know that there's just so many people to thank, but I want to thank you both for being here today. because this is difficult work. And this past year in particular, I can't say it enough and I can't stress it enough. We've never seen anything like this before. And to work with a certain group of people who happen to be in crisis is one thing, but to work with half the city or 3/4 of the city that all at once are having a moment of crisis that doesn't seem to be, have an end to it. And it's not just in the area of housing, but it's housing and it's food insecurity, and then it's education and it's health, and then it's a loss of job, and then it's, and it just keeps, it's just a snowball effect. And so I'm very grateful. And having rent relief is such a welcomed sigh of relief, because one thing is to have a moratorium on evictions, but that didn't ease the stress that our families were living under. It just kept prolonging that sense of anguish, and they were at the mercy of our policies in deciding whether or not we were going to continue to extend it, and under what conditions and how much. And so thank you so much. And again, I want to thank staff for finding a way out of this, because having local control makes all of the difference in the world in terms of how we serve people who happen to be, we use the word vulnerable, but until you truly understand what vulnerability is, it's just a very technical and sometimes very abstract term. And for these families who, I think Councilmember Davis said it, they may be undocumented, and so they're in fear of so many other issues, and issues that we may be completely unaware of. Maybe it's domestic violence. Maybe they're fleeing other kinds of conditions that we're completely unaware of. And that's why being able to turn it over to those very trusted partners that already have a relationship with our families, and they already are the hub of that community, is imperative. And so I fully support the hybrid model. I think that this gives us the flexibility that we absolutely need, and offers families yet an additional safety net that they need more than anything. The one thing that I really do want to emphasize, this is one of the most expensive, if not the top of the top most expensive areas in the country to live in pre-COVID, where we were dealing with issues of displacement and gentrification. We were talking about affordable housing. And now that COVID has hit us squarely in the face, we know that people are living with a third of the income that they were making before. And the debt, the biggest surprise that I've had with COVID is that the average amount of debt that they're carrying is not nearly what I thought that they would be carrying. And so the average is about $5,000 is what I think was mentioned earlier. I actually thought it was going to be a lot more than that. And one of the reasons is because folks have done everything and anything in their power to try and pay that down, have continued to go to work, have found little side jobs here and there, and have taken out, unfortunately, predatory loans. And so they've done everything in their power, because our families don't, their pleasure is not to live off of charity. They don't want to do that. They want to work. They want to provide for their families. They take great pride in working. And so, or they make adjustments in their living arrangements. And as someone said, they live in non-traditional living arrangements, unfortunately. And so I want to speak on the non-traditional living arrangement. As I think it was Councilmember Esparza that said, our families are starting to lose hope, and this is the little bit of glimmer that we have now in terms of getting out of that debt and being able to have a sense of security. When, you know, I've spoken on a few occasions about the trajectory of my family's immigrant journey, and I don't think it's any different than a lot of other immigrant families who have been here for a while now. My mother and my father came here with very, very little in their pocket, and a very, very long time ago. My mother just passed away a few years ago, and she was 90 years old. So she came a long, long time ago. But we lived in a very non-traditional household, and my mother was the hub of my family. And I've often said to everyone who's still listening, is that when I've counted out the family members here in the city of San Jose, there's about 15,000 members of my family who are direct descendants of my mother and my father. And so we have a very large family. And so they all kind of came through our house at one point or another, believe it or not. And so it was very non-traditional, but they came under very different circumstances. We lived in a non-traditional with a great deal of hope. And so people came, it was a very happy household. I was surrounded by uncles and aunts and a lot of cousins that my mother and my father raised. But it was a very different time. It was an opportunity for them to have a layover, if you will, while they saved their little meager income so that they could purchase something. And it was at a time when they could still do that. Now, it's interesting, they live in similar households like the one that I grew up in, but with very little hope of ever getting out of that kind of situation. And they can live 10, 20 years in that same household in the same way, and there's no hope of ever building wealth. And so we have to seize this moment and reevaluate how we're passing policies and how we're addressing these very vulnerable communities, and not just give them hope to get them out of debt, but again, as we were reimagining last Friday, how we help these families rebuild their lives. This is the time to do it. And I just bring that up because I think that this is the time to erase those moments that we've now been able to identify as being moments of that are very that where we see that there is no equity, and we have an opportunity to build equity, which means building wealth, which means giving people opportunities finally in the city of San Jose, similar to what my parents experienced. And so so thank you once again to all of you who have worked so hard. This is such a welcoming sense of relief. And the only real question I have is when a family calls me after today and they know that we've passed this, and I hope unanimously, what can I tell my families in terms of how soon they can feel this sense of relief, and how they are going to be able to access the funds that will truly alleviate that mounting debt?
Thanks for the question. So I think we're aiming to have our program up and running by March, and we would be able to pay backwards rent. So Michelle or Chad, correct me if any of that's wrong, but that's the goal.
Yes, Councilmember Carrasco, thanks for the question, and definitely hard charging toward March. And I'll just say that we do still currently have the homelessness prevention system operated by the 15 organizations across the county that's open now. So they can email Sacred Heart, they can call Sacred Heart's 408-926-8885 number. I'm gonna text them really quick and get ready to answer the phone a bunch of times, but that is open currently, and we're really trying to brace for much larger, but that's available now.
Great, thank you so much, and really looking forward to making sure that our families are finally out of this situation. I know that there's still, still a long year ahead of us until we reopen the economy fully and get people back to work or retrain them and find opportunities. But at the very least, we have this is a great opportunity for families right now, and for our landlords, because I know that they're also in a really bad situation. So we want to make sure that they're okay. But I want to thank all of you once again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to echo the gratitude that Councilmember Carrasco expressed to all of our city staff, and of course our partners that are sitting with us during the session, the city manager's office. I know all of you together have done this wonderful, produced this wonderful effort, and not just this one, but all of the great. I think when we score things, we have a lot of points under the housing department in terms of countering all the impacts of COVID. And so thank you all for doing that in this very long sustained effort to support people. So one of the things that I had a lot of my questions answered, and so I'm grateful to my colleagues before me that asked quite a bit. One of the things that we've done in the past with the county is we have shared or we've collaborated, for example, with digital inclusion. We made sure we purchased hotspots and they purchased devices, and also in the childcare strategy, we shared kind of the resources. How do you envision that we share in terms of resources? Like, what is it that they will be focused on? And I hope, they got a bit of chunk of money. I think ours is a little tiny bigger, right? Just for the city of San Jose, but we are the largest city. Does that mean that we can't expect the county to cover any portion of the city because we're kind of on our own since we got our good chunk of the pie?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. So it's actually going to be one coordinated program, same as our regular homeless prevention program. And so the county funds will also be able to serve City of San Jose residents. And it's the very hard work and very complicated work that Chad and Jen are doing at Destination Home to set up this county-wide system with those 70 plus grassroots organizations that are helping us outreach to those very vulnerable households. So
yes,
one system.
Mm-hmm. No, I did hear earlier it's all one system, right? But I'm guessing that they will do something slightly different because our resources won't go towards any other city other than the city of San Jose.
Yes, so San Jose resources will stay in San Jose, but county resources, as I said, can pay for San Jose residents as well.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering how. Yeah, I'm wondering how is that going to work since we have a good chunk of the pie. They could say, well, San Jose, you guys are really great off. We're going to focus on, very low income communities in Mountain View or in Sunnyvale or in Gilroy or any other part of our county that we know that there's low income communities throughout all of our county because those are the essential service workers that sometimes need to overcrowd. We all know this in the city that they serve or that they work in. I guess I'm trying to figure out how we're going to have that conversation with the county to balance out the needs of our continued needs with our city, because this collective $60 million is great news, but I know that if we were to ask you how much do you actually really need, it would go way beyond the 60 million. And so we could still benefit from additional funding from the county. And so I wonder how that balance will look. And maybe this is too early on. I don't know if you already have thoughts about how that would balance out if maybe, I don't know, 10% of their monies would go towards San Jose. I don't know how that's going to work out. So
Yeah, so I'll just say one thing and then I'll hand it over to Chad to talk about, how it's going to work. But how it's worked in the past is that deep collaboration and partnership we already have existing with the County Office of Supportive Housing. In the homeless prevention system, about 70% of households we've helped have been in the city of San Jose. I think it's actually higher than that. So we're the biggest, obviously, city in the county, and that's part of who the county serves as well. If I'm making sense, like they have never redirected their funds from the city of San Jose.
No, yes, no, and Reagan, and that's not where I'm going with this. I'm just wondering, we're figuring out how we are working the 60 million collective with the state, and we're focused on the 30% AMI, and then and with non-traditional, and at a local level, keeping this control so that we can then administer to non-traditional households with non-traditional agreements. But my question remains, so we have that kind of sorted out with the state. I'm not sure how we have this sorted out with the county. Will they focus maybe on a higher AMI? Will they just continue to do the same thing that we're doing? They'll focus on the 30% AMI. Is that okay?
That's right. They'll focus on that extremely low income households as well. But I did want to give Chad an opportunity to also respond.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas. Yeah, I mean, our request is that the city and the county give us the same marching orders, frankly, right? Like the exact same, because that's what the kind of simplicity that we need to execute this. And so assuming that that's the case, and I think I'm hoping it will be, I can't speak for the county, but so historically, as Reagan said, about 70 to 75% of all the funding goes to San Jose. And during the COVID response through December, a third of the funding went to the 5 most impacted zip codes in East San Jose. So I think that when we put the money together, while San Jose's portion might be half or even a little bit more than half, remember, because we also have Measure E funds and a lot of other support that has come over the last year, the county will also contribute to San Jose as well. And it's not, they've never historically, and I don't anticipate that they will ever put any kind of restrictions, like, oh, San Jose already has their part covered, like we want you to cover the rest. Typically it's about 75% San Jose as a whole.
No, I appreciate that. It's just, I think it's always a good thing to kind of put this out there, have this conversation, be as clear as we can from the beginning. I know that you have these relationships that over time, you have this trust level that you probably don't even have to ask the question. I don't work in this field every day, just like you do, Chad and Michelle and Reagan and Jen for sure. So I just have to put it out there so that we can get some clarity about how are we, coordinating resources. And we've done it before in like a digital inclusion, we've done it with childcare. So I just expected that this could also have another level of, well, you take care of this and we'll take care of that. But it sounds like this is all going to be in one pot, and then it'll be distributed in the same way that it's been in the past. And I think for the most part, the city of San Jose just needs a lot more support. We have a lot more residents, and those residents typically are in higher need, unfortunately, for our residents, but fortunately that we have this system in place. So thank you for that. I just wanted to put it out there just to make sure that we, and not that I didn't think that you were all thinking ahead of this. Of course you are. Just wanted to make sure I put it out there. Anyways, the other piece is, I know in the past there were some limitations in terms of the capacity of some service providers, like they couldn't take on, and this was probably earlier on in the process, and I don't know, I know the network has grown quite a bit. Is there any concern in terms of capacity of our service providers to be able to run this level of or this new phase of money, or maybe not, because the last bit of money is almost exhausted. So I guess we would be refreshing the pot. But I thought I'd ask a question.
Yeah, it's a good one, because the last 9 months have taken a lot of capacity, but I will say, Chad and Jen Loving have built a good foundation. But I do think we're still running fast towards a March implementation and making sure that we are properly staffed up and do have the bandwidth to hit the ground running. And I don't know, Chad, if you want to say anything else about bandwidth.
It's definitely a great question. I think that it's very exciting because we have just finished the most recent round, what we called CEP, but the COVID-19 Emergency Homelessness Prevention Program. So we have about 21 partners that are very primed and ready to go for the next phase, and we're actively engaging them. I actually just left a meeting with a big group of them and trying to solicit their feedback and understand like what kind of process improvements would really help them actually do more. And then we also anticipate kind of going back to the well, so to speak, from our previous phases and some of the other grassroots organizations that engaged with us in phase 2, and really trying to put out as broad a net as we can and get as many organizations involved as possible. And we won't be able to do this without our partners. And we are trying to look at technology improvements that would help organizations kind of pick this up easier, right, and make it less intensive. I mean, one of the unfortunate downsides of federal funding is that there are so much documentation and checklist requirements and checks and balances for audit purposes. But there are some really great tools that have been developed, and Michelle and her team have been working with us to help kind of show us some software tools that we might be able to use that could allow organizations who don't have a lot of infrastructure, but really have the great relationships in the community to kind of pick up and be involved and help, because we're going to need all the help we can get.
Good. Yeah, the necessity is the mother of invention and innovation. Just came to mind when you were just talking, Chad. So I'm really glad to hear that. One of the things I think that we need to make sure is that one of the things, and I think Councilmember Esparza mentioned this earlier in her comments, were that there, and there's absolutely in your reports that I think it was about 40% of community that you all realized couldn't connect, couldn't accept transactions online, or couldn't make transactions online. And so I think that's an opportunity for us as a city to also align our grants that we have with those service providers that are meant to enroll more families into affordable internet service. And just in our digital inclusion, because I think that this is really a more comprehensive approach. As we move through all of this, we start seeing how all of these dots connect. And I have to say that when Councilmember Carrasco was talking, I was thinking back when I was in the city working 24 years ago. I was in my early 20s. And I was working for neighborhood services in the old city hall. There was a neighborhood development center at the bottom of the floor. We helped organize neighborhood associations, and part of my work lend itself to helping other organizations. And there was an effort to help establish what is now Somos Mayfair, but at that time it was the Mayfair Initiative. And so one of the things that we did was, as outreach specialists, we went door to door in the Mayfair neighborhood, and we knocked on doors and we talked about the needs of the families. And one of the things that was really stark in my mind has never left is the many conversations. And I know this because I grew up in the East Side, and I never knew I was poor because everybody else was just as poor as I was, and so it just didn't seem like out of the norm. until you start comparing yourself to others outside of your area, right? Anyways, and so one of the things that we did was we went door to door, and one of the there was a lot of stories that just would break your heart. But one of the things that I heard from one of the residents was that this particular person was renting the hallway to that home. It was just the hallway. And this is, 24 odd years ago. So this is nothing new. Overcrowding has been happening for a really long time. It's just that the city of San Jose hasn't really been apt to respond to the needs of our community because we just haven't been in that place. And recently, as our housing department has evolved and moved from just developing housing to actually, supporting human services, we're learning a lot of probably what you already knew in working with the unhoused community, and the level of sacrifice that our families have to do to stay in the city, right? And so this is not anything new. I think that this pandemic, the recession for sure created an exodus of a lot of families that just couldn't hold on, but were able and had enough resources to maybe relocate to another city. But we're still left with a lot of folks who are just hanging in by a thread, and who live in overcrowded conditions that lead to a lot of crimes of opportunity, especially among our children, as our sexual assault is of the highest among children under the age of 12. And this is in the Latina children. And so there's absolutely nexus between a lot of this information that we already know. And so how do we develop a comprehensive strategy that not only includes housing, but includes education opportunities and economic opportunities for small businesses, especially micro businesses. Just this past weekend, I went to Costco outside of my district because my children needed something. Anyways, typically I stay within my district, but I went to Almaden Costco, and in their parking lot, there was somebody who in the back of their van was selling just these little lit up toys that you typically see at fairs and things of that sort. But that's the kind of, this is necessity, and this kind of necessity in terms of trying to put money on food on the table or a roof over their children's head. This is what these are what their options are at this point. And I think that we need to be able to not only just develop, this is beyond just the housing department, but we need to be able to develop a recovery response and initiative that includes these micro innovators, street vendors, because like I said earlier, necessity is the mother of innovation and invention. And our community, especially our low-income community, is absolutely tremendously talented in that area, and their spirit is hard to break. I know that this pandemic is proving to be something of a challenge for all of us, except for for our lower income communities, but because I can't say that I have been impacted in the same way that other families have. None of us have had a paycheck short. None of us have had maybe in unstable housing at this point because we've had a free flow of paychecks to us. And that level of stability allows us to continue to work for our community, but not everybody is on the same page. So I hope that this also triggers for us on how to really connect all of our departments in a way that can be responsive and not leave it to the housing department to solve our unhoused community and our low income community struggles, because this is much more than just the housing department. This is our whole city response and focus. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Pauls?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you to our housing team as well. And Jen Loving, Chad Bohork is the team there, Destination Home. Certainly, this is a bit of good news, the significant funding that we'll be able to receive here. And just looking forward to being able to support so many of our families. $62 million, I agree with the direction that we have here. The hybrid option C, it sounds like one of the major risks there is just ensuring that there's no duplication of funding. And so I just had a question in regards to that. Do we have a motion as well already?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, wait, perhaps Councilmember Esparza
there's-
made the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's it.
We do have one. Great. Okay. And so I know, and in Councilmember Esparza's memo and then the staff memo, I know we're supposed to come back here. It says at a future date for contract authority approval and final program design. Any idea from staff when that's going to be?
Yeah, hopefully we're looking at February 23rd, so just a couple weeks from now.
February 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay. Will you be able to have, I guess, a better understanding for this option C with the risks here? You stated in the memo, you said you hope to engage with the state's partner, LISC or LISC, with the goal of developing regular communications, data sharing protocols, procedure for troubleshooting complex cases, and again, most importantly here, safeguards to prevent the duplication of benefits. And then you state we also hope to access data about how San Jose landlords and tenants are accessing the program, particularly those households who are low income and extremely low income. Are you going to have that sort of safeguard, considering that was the biggest risk here, the duplication of benefits? Will that be included in your update?
So we can certainly include an update when we come back in a couple weeks. However, will we have it all figured out and neatly tied up? Probably not. Just knowing that, LISC again was just announced last week. They're sort of, I feel like in a way we all are building this plane while we're flying it. But we'll certainly include an update when we come back in 2 weeks on where we're at on the deduplication. I don't know if Michelle, if you wanted to add anything.
I do know that Jen, when she met with LISC, she did share our memo with them. So they know what our staff's goals are around partnership. And our colleagues in the Office of Economic Development have worked with them on small business programs in the past. So we do have some relationships to build on. So I think that's very positive, as opposed to, an organization that doesn't have any connection to San Jose at all. So maybe I'm being a bit optimistic, but we're going to work on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just, it obviously the staff recommendation or the outcome says that we'll come back with the final program design. In my mind, I thought that the final program design would include, whatever those safeguards are, but I do recognize, as Reagan states, this is kind of building the plane as we're flying. So what I'll ask is, to the best of your ability, and it's essentially answering the questions or concerns in that third paragraph in the disadvantages section. So to the best of your ability, within these 2 weeks, if you can try to answer some of those safeguards, and then what I'll ask potentially in 2 weeks is that if there's still some holes there, that we get a future update, right, in regards to those concerns, just so we know specifically, right, how that communication is going to go, the data sharing, and then specifically how we're going to avoid the duplication of benefits. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pross. I just had a few questions. One is just trying to understand a little better. I know, as Councilor Peralta said, we're working on building this engine while we're flying it. But just to understand the follow-up from Councilmember Davis's questions about how we're going to avoid the duplication risk. Knowing that we don't have any control over the state, and let's face it, the state has had challenges in distributing checks in the past, to put it mildly. So am I right in believing that landlords would be the ones who would be applying through the state, or would it be the tenants in either case, if with regard to the state program?
The state program, Mayor, is focused on landlords. So,
okay.
So I think that's one area where we're really going to help ourselves avoid duplication is those very low income folks that we've really worked with through our grassroots partners. Without those traditional landlord relationships, are going to would naturally be more, it would be very hard for them to access the state program. And that's part of the reason we're not recommending going with the state program. So it's almost like the two pieces of the hybrid program have very different target audiences.
Yeah.
That will help us avoid duplication.
Okay, so I understand the point you're making, Michelle, but I mean, let's just imagine you've got a landlord who is illegally letting a garage, for example. We know that's the reality, right? In a lot of neighborhoods in our city. So, so the landlord's got a tenant family upstairs and it has a tenant family in the garage. So the landlord applies, and his name is Tony Garcia Lopez, and the person who writes down in the application uses the maternal names to the paternal name, and so it's Tony Garcia or Tony Lopez, and then the tenant applies and the landlord's name is the opposite, just because we know how names can get mixed up. Are we going to be somehow or another liable to pay back the state for the fact that the landlord is essentially double benefiting for the tenant family upstairs as well as a tenant family downstairs? I'm just trying to understand how this all works.
Well, the tenant, in that circumstance, the tenant upstairs and the tenant downstairs would be considered separate households owing separate rent.
Okay.
We would be checking the addresses and the versions. I don't know what version the state's partner is going to use, but some of the technology solutions that have been out there that we've seen demos of include checks,
Right.
So I don't know if they'll go with one of those existing platforms or create their own, but there's a lot of checks in there. And in one of the webinars, the state was very interested in all of the resources that they could use to verify the identity of the landlord and the tenant. So for example, if a tenant is already, their household is already receiving CalFresh, then there's a identification verification factor there. And similarly, using online databases like LexisNexis and things like that have an identity. It's sort of like, so there are some things that can be built into the technology platform, but we will have to verify addresses and see if there's duplication. And we're already going to have to do that within our own system because we have to not duplicate with where we've helped the family with coronavirus relief funds in the past and other federal dollars. So, and all those families are in the countywide HMIS database right now.
Okay.
I'm just going to jump in, Jackie, again.
Yeah.
We had this issue of duplication of households when we dealt with the flood. And so Sacred Heart actually was really good in locating duplicate families, and it had to do with we tied it all back to the address. And the scenario that you described, if the landlord, as Michelle said, had separate agreements, that wouldn't be duplication. Where we saw duplication was where you had a family who had a main agreement with the landlord, and then the subletter had an agreement with the tenant who had the lease with the landlord. And that's when you
Right.
get more of these duplication issues, because technically the rent's been paid to the landlord by the main
Right.
tenant. And so what happened was subletters were not aware of what was happening between the main family who has the lease with the landlord. So that's how it gets complicated in San Jose, because we have so many families that have these multiple agreements.
Right. And who exactly is going to be doing the the auditing here? Is this the state or the feds?
From our perspective, it would be the federal, it's the Office of the Inspector General at Treasury. But Chad might have some more to add about how they've already been dealing with this, because some of the funds that we have given to the programs, and our partners already do have very strict requirements. So I think Chad can respond to how they've been handling that.
Thanks, Michelle. Just in response, Mayor and Councilmember Perales, just to echo, I think Jennifer has opened up a line of communication with LISC in an attempt. I mean, our first goal would be to really integrate our databases, right? So if landlords are applying with LISC, that we have kind of some direct two-way communication with their database system and can verify addresses and have a duplication check process that way. We also want to coordinate with LISC so that we're not sending families around in circles, right? Like, oh, like you need help applying to the state fund, go to one of your local community-based organizations, and around and around. And I think, over the last 10 months or so, we've had pretty detailed duplication checks. In fact, it takes a significant amount of time, and it's sometimes why processing has slowed down, because you can build into the system, like we use Salesforce in phase 2, and you can build into the system these automatic checks, right? Where, like you're saying, where you have common names that flag, or you have the same address, and it might be multiple units at the same address, for example. And so then there's like a very detailed process to verify that it's not a duplication, and it can go all the way to doing, phone calls and research and trying to figure out what is the actual family dynamic. And I think that the number of kind of, I don't know, mistakes or checks that were sent in duplication is like, 2 out of 8,000 or something very, very, very small. And there's been a lot of effort. So I think we would build on that. And it's been something that has been, one of the indicators of the federal funding from the very beginning, that the onus is on us for no duplication. We're also, though, in kind of lobbying and ongoing conversations with the state and the feds to have kind of a self-attestation that would say, like, I certify that I haven't already received assistance, and try to deflect some of that liability. So that's an ongoing conversation that we hope will come to fruition.
Okay, thanks. I don't mean to be too fixated on this, but of course, every dollar is scarce that we're trying to get to families in need. And I just hate to see the loss of funding for families in need because of duplication. So thank you. And then, the one feature, I know there's a lot of limitations to the state's approach that have been discussed, certainly, but the one advantage of their approach seems to me is that they're forcing landlords to swallow some of the back rent obligation, to forgive it in order to be able to walk away with some payment and keep the tenant in place. And this has been said, the $60 or $62 million isn't nearly enough to address the back rent debt that exists in our community. It's not even close. So what are our arrangements likely to be? Do we have a sort of a set arrangement we anticipate that will also include a requirement that the landlord forgive some portion of that back rent? And how do we expect that deal to shake out?
So Chad, can you just speak a little bit to how it's worked so far and how we anticipate?
Mayor. So we will first attempt to align with that and get the landlord to take the 80% deal.
Right.
Which, makes the dollar stretch further. Of course, it's a really great scenario for everybody. If they refuse, I mean, one of the other benefits of having the hybrid model, we believe for equity reasons, is that, if according to the state model, if they were to refuse, then you have to kind of revert back to the 25%, which of course creates an equity for anybody whose landlord won't go along with the 80% model. So we will be able to use private funding. And if the landlord doesn't want to go along with the deal, we can just go ahead and make sure that the tenant still has that same level of assistance through private dollars and flexibility. So basically, we will be aiming to have every family have the same level of assistance regardless of their landlord's participation. But of course, are hoping that we can have the landlord participate from upfront.
Okay. Well, I guess I let the cat out of the bag then, because I imagine we don't want the landlords to know that we're going to pay anyway. All right. Well, thank you for that, Chad. I certainly would like to see landlords have more skin in the game and really be required to forgive some of this so we can help more families. And then the question about the scale of the state program, in the media, it was always 2.6 billion of tenant relief. That's what we always read in the January releases. And in the staff memo, it's 1.5 billion. And the reason why I ask is, of course, when the release came out, I did the math and I thought, oh, great, we're going to get all this money to help tenants. And we're getting considerably less than if you use 2.6 billion as the starting point. Can you help me understand who ran off with the 1.1 billion?
So the 1.1 billion, Mayor, is the money that came directly to cities and counties with populations over 200,000. So all of us who opted in, we're in. So those 30 million for San Jose, that's in the 1.1 billion. And so that's where it gets very confusing, because the whole state of California total that came from the federal government was the 2.6 billion.
Okay, that's helpful. So just doing the straight line math, then San Jose should be getting, we're getting roughly 1 million, about 1/40th of the total, somewhere around 75 million or so. So that would include the county, some share of the county money along with whatever we got directly. All right, I think that makes sense. Thank you for straightening me out on that. I think those are all my questions. And I really appreciate the partnership of all these nonprofit organizations working together, led by Destination Home and Sacred Heart. Thanks to everyone for pulling together, and thanks to our housing department for figuring all this out. As I understand it, we're doing the same thing that San Francisco, Oakland, other cities in the Bay Area are doing with regard to this funding. So I understand a lot of folks are aligned in this thinking. So happy to support going forward. All right, I think that is it for comments. Are there any other questions? If not, let's vote on Councilmember Esparza's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Sorry, aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Marinas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. On to item 3.6, master consultant agreements with GHD and Brown and Caldwell for Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan. There is no presentation. I did have a question myself. Let's first check to see if there are any questions from the public. This again is on the master consultant agreements relating to Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan. There are no hands raised. Coming back to the council, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, I just want to clarify on here, there's a road mapping discussion, and I wanted to ask, what's the process for the road mapping and what's the timeline?
Sure, thank you. Matt Cano, Director of Public Works. We are in a couple different phases here of the road mapping. One is we will be returning to the T&E committee in May with some proposals on the next set of green stormwater infrastructure projects. We're building on the work that was done in the completed GSI Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan in 2019. We'll be coming back to council again, T&E committee in May for the use of the remaining Measure T dollars. We have roughly around 20 million in remaining Measure T dollars. So that's our next step. On an ongoing basis, we have a lot of requirements to continue to install green stormwater infrastructure throughout our city, and we can use these consultants with the small amount of annual programmatic dollars we have to help us figure out where the next set of projects will go after we invest the Measure T dollars. So that'll be an ongoing iterative basis over the years.
And so the master consultant agreements are going to be paid through Measure T dollars?
Yes, thank you for that question. The master consultants agreements will be paid for either Measure T dollars, or if we're able to get grants for additional green stormwater infrastructure projects, we can use those grant monies to pay the consultants for additional projects.
So if we get grant agreements, will we be able to do kind of the study that was mentioned in my memo from a couple of weeks ago that went to rules for the urban greening implementation plan?
That's something I can follow up with you on specifically. I think we should be able to, but I'd have to check and I haven't checked the request for proposals that went out to make sure that included trees and other urban greening type plans. I think it will be able to, but I would have to verify that to make sure that it was included in the RFP that went out on this.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's have a discussion then about the kind of the difference between what's in here and what was in my memo in terms of what the consultants can do if we do get that extra funding. Since that was the part of my memo that got green lighted, was going
Sure.
after that additional funding.
Sure, thank you. And I know there was a big portion of the memo talking about green streets and planning the future of green streets. And I know that these consultants, it was definitely in the scope of work to investigate green streets and the engineering side of that and the stormwater capture, and to evaluate how far we can go into the other aspects of urban greening with these consultants regarding the tree canopy and equity lens are items that I would need to follow up on. So I
Okay.
will do that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I will move staff recommendation. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. I'd say one question, Matt. I get kind of instinctively nervous whenever I see these consultant contracts, this one for up to $5 million, because I know how on these small capital projects, the consultant industrial complex can often gobble a very large amount of the project share, and they get real costly really fast. Can you just outline briefly what controls we have to ensure that consultant costs don't inordinately take up our capital dollars on projects like this, the stormwater and so forth?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for that question. And I'm going to point out a few different things related to your question. One is we have a lot of obligations to implement green stormwater infrastructure projects in the future. And so we wanted to size this these master agreements, not just based on what we needed for the existing $20-ish million of remaining Measure T money, but for those additional projects and additional funding we hope to find over the next few and several years, so that we can have these consultants continue to help us meet those obligations when we find the money. So that's why we sized these a little larger than the money that we currently have on Measure T projects. To answer your question more directly, for about $35 million worth of projects, we expect about $6 million of that to go towards a lot of this design work. And we have a lot of controls in place. We are part of an annual city benchmarking process to make sure, and we report to a lot of the biggest cities in California. We report to each other and compare numbers, and to make sure that we are keeping our projects within industry standards for expenses. We track all of our expenses and all our projects to make sure that we're not spending more than we need to on the design and consulting standpoint and project delivery as compared to the construction costs. So we have a lot of internal controls to regularly check those costs, to check to make sure we're on budget. But we also compare ourselves annually to other cities, and we have forums to compare amongst each other as well. So I do feel comfortable that we will continue to keep these costs. We will keep these costs in line and appropriate.
Thanks, Matt. Councilmember Cohen?
So this contract is for a specific number of projects or a specific period of time?
Hi, Councilmember. It is for a total dollar value that we it'd be two $5 million master agreements, and we don't have all that money right now. It allows us to go up to $5 million with each consultant once we identify funded projects. One current example is the River Oaks stormwater capture project that is in your council district at the end of River Oaks Drive, adjacent to Guadalupe River.
And that's the only project that's specifically identified at this time. And then as other projects are identified, these consultants will continue to be utilized until the money is spent. Is that that's the idea? And then they will do new contracts if necessary for future projects?
Correct, Councilmember. And then when we come to exactly, and then when we come to T&E in May, we'll identify a few additional projects that we would be recommending spending this on.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Davis's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Reyes,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're now moving on to item 4.1, which is the less than lethal uses of force options report. And we have a report out from Chief Tyndall. If somebody from the police department is trying to talk right now, we're not hearing you because I think there's a microphone muted here. Huh. Let me check in. Dave Sykes, are you
Yeah,
on by any chance?
I'm also trying to see here.
Okay. You want me to skip over it and come back?
Well, so I see Dave Tyndall. Dave, are you there? He must have been caught off guard by this. I see Todd. Todd has his mic on, but he's not. We're not able to hear him. So there's Dave. Dave, are you there?
I am.
Yeah. So we're trying to start 4.1. Are you guys ready?
Dave, if you're trying to talk right now, we're not able to hear you.
No, it looks like Todd's trying to load up the, looks like he's having some technical difficulties. If you give us a second.
Okay. At some point it gets challenging. Let us know. We can come back to you and go to the next item.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. It kicked it to my ear pod, so I was trying to talk and so if you can hear me now, I'm going to share my screen. Is it up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we can see it.
All right. Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you and good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Lonak. I'm the commander of the training unit, and today I'll be presenting the police department's less than lethal use of force options report. The San Jose Police Department has taken a proactive approach to help ensure the sanctity of human life in our contact with the community by incorporating de-escalation tactics, tactical communication, and less than lethal technologies into our training and policies. This approach was enacted prior to any community crisis or legal mandates. We will continue to explore additional policies, practices, and technologies to keep at the forefront of policing and to help maintain the trust of our diverse community. In 2021 budget message, the administration was directed to explore and report back on the emerging less than lethal use of force options that could potentially reduce the need for police to rely upon the use of baton, projectiles, and firearms. As a result, council has been provided with the memorandum that describes the new less than lethal options that have been considered in the department's training efforts. There's also a report from the Police Executive Research Forum and the matrix that provides a comprehensive description of the less than lethal options used or considered, which is attachment B. This timeline shows that starting back in January of 19, we began the process of upgrading to the TASER 7. We put out a RFI, and in response, the BolaWrap and the FN 303 were considered. In February of 2020, the training unit began the development and implementation of department-wide 6-hour scenario-based de-escalation training. It was then in June of 2020 that council directed the administration to explore and report on emerging less than lethal use of force options. In August 2020, the department adopted the new OC Pepper Gel. And then in January of this year, we've been the deployment of the TASER 7. We will continue to review future technologies and explore best practices. What this shows is that we have taken a proactive approach and we're considering less than lethal options prior to any direction or legal mandate, and we have always taken a proactive approach to best practices in policing and will continue to do so. The recently adopted options, both the Pepper Gel and the TASER 7, allow increased accuracy and greater distance, which is a key component in our de-escalation strategy. The TASER 7 also collects additional data for later analysis and scrutiny. It's important to say that the less lethal tools such as the Pepper Gel and the TASER 7 reduce serious injuries to suspects and officers and likely reduce the number of deadly force encounters. These were the items that responded to the RFI. It's the FN 303, which is a CO2 powered less than lethal launcher, and the BolaWrap, which launches an 8-foot tether around the suspect's arms and legs. We considered these items. They showed no improvement over current less lethal munitions that we already had in our inventory, and both had what we felt were failure points in real world scenarios. In the attached perf report, you'll see many findings that the new and emerging less lethal technologies have their limitations. It's one of the themes of the report is that officers' most effective tools for resolving many conflicts is critical thinking skills and communication skills. The tool should support the officer's use of distance, cover, and time to protect themselves and the public. The tool should also complement our de-escalation strategies, tactics, and training. Then one of the final points is that technology alone cannot address the challenges facing today's police officers. Going back to September 15, the department established a use of force committee and reviewed our policies, which later resulted in the following year coming out with our tactical conduct policy. We began increasing and integrating de-escalation concepts into all tactics and training in 2016, and that did not become state law till January of this year. And since 2016, we've increased the academy training hours above the state minimum mandates. We will continue to review policies. We are going to add a 2-hour bias-based refresher course this year, starting in March. We're going to do additional de-escalation training, increase hands-on training, and we're going to examine ways to integrate de-escalation concepts into other traditionally non-related topics like domestic violence training. In conclusion, no single less lethal tool can address all the challenges faced by today's police officers. We must avoid an over-reliance on technology at the expense of strong communications, solid tactics, and sound decision-making. Officers must be trained to understand that less than lethal weapons are not a strategy for resolving critical incidents, but part of a plan. We need to continue to hire diverse and educated officers who possess critical thinking skills so they can determine what tool or tactic will best resolve incidents without force or the lowest level possible. We need to continue to invest in training beyond the minimum standards. In addition, a use of force review will be conducted in the coming months, led by a consultant and overseen by the IPA in coordination with the administration.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Was there anything further?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the presentation and for the research. All right, let's go to members of the public now. Mr. Beekman, commenting on item 4.1, the less than lethal use of forces options report.
Hi, thank you. To quickly offer from your last item with the green stormwater issues, I hope you take care to watch the gentrification issues involved with that work. It sounds like an interesting project. Be wary of the gentrification issues. With this item, I have a short little thing here. In considering less than lethal use of force issues, I hope a police peer review program is also developing well, as it can offer mental health counseling and healing to both police and everyday community, and in real time. The ideas of good mental health practices and its good reasoning can simply work towards a better health and human services future for a community. And I think it can very much address, how are actions taken with the less lethal use of force issues and a variety of police issues. So good luck with these efforts. And I'm not much for stun guns. I understand the position you're in at this time. Thank you that you actually tried the BOLO system and that you're talking about it, and it didn't quite pass muster this time. Maybe in the future, in the next few years, it can develop more, and good luck in those efforts. And I guess that's about all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call on user number 1.
Yeah, what I'd like to see is officers that know how to speak properly and are literate. Like you can actually read the ticket that they're writing you. Also, where do they learn how to speak in letters? ID, K, K, ID, K, K? Like, what is that? I mean, and I want to know what training comes in with pointing the aluminum ticket book in your face with one hand on the gun with the other, with the nodding the head lecture of what they might do to you. What do you teach the people that? I want to know, because the training that you have is terrible. And I hope that you have people trained properly so you don't have a repeat what happened in June of 2016. Sam, are you listening? But what happened where everyone stood back with their hands in their pockets while people were assaulted? Do you remember this? Who am I talking to? I don't even know who's there. McDougal? I don't know, whatever your name is. Whatever your name is down there. But your department is disgraceful. And all this do-good social engineering that you guys are doing, all this feel-good stuff, bringing kids to Target, and special patches on your armbands or whatever, on your shoulder pad, whatever, it's terrible. It does nothing. You should be ashamed. You know what? Every guy and woman, whoever, who was just hired, they should quit tomorrow because they're with a loser organization. And let me tell you, you need to teach these people to learn how to write. You need them to learn how to speak properly. And de-escalation, hey, you want to get someone escalated, hand them a ticket for $1,000. You wonder why people fight with you people hard.
Paul Soto.
Thank you. There's an issue with, I don't think the issue is with training. The issue is, number one, officer only gets a psychological evaluation when he's coming into the force. That's it. That is the only time. And I think because of the intensity of the job and because of the types of issues and circumstances that officers are faced with, these psychological evaluations need to be done on a periodic basis, and it needs to be put in their file. That's number one. Number two, SB 1421. I'm telling you, officer, we need you to be compliant, your department to be compliant with SB 1421. There are certain officers that do not deserve the privilege and the honor of wearing that badge and going out into our communities. Okay, we have to be able to sit at a table, and the police department has to demonstrate the humility to understand that certain officers do not deserve nor are worthy of wearing that badge to protect the city. Okay, because that's really where the point is. And we as a public need that. That one officer firing on a homeboy over there on the east side, that is one thing. But when you have those three officers that fired all those shots, that's a public execution. And this man didn't have a weapon. He had absolutely no weapon. The police department was judge, jury, and executioner on the spot. And the police department didn't go back to clean up the mess afterwards. There was still blood all over that particular area, and nobody cleaned it up. And the kids were afraid to go outside. So I think that it has to do with you not having the ability or capacity to clean up your own house. It needs to be done.
Lori Valdez.
Hi, thank you. So I have a problem with the officers, their mentality of always wanting weapons, because they make it like they're at war with the community and the trauma they're causing. Officers need to be trauma-informed taught. They need to be able to face the people that they impact, the families that are impacted, so they can figure out how to make it better, because they have caused a lot of chaos in our community. They have made it an unsafe place. They have traumatized kids directly and indirectly by their violent pattern of behavior, and it is unacceptable. They're grown adult men, and it might be stressful, but you chose the job. And if you can't do it to the best of your ability without trying to take a human life right away as your first option, you have no business being there. It's sad that so many, even these new incoming officers, what chance do they have of the public even giving them a chance to try to do a good job when the bad ones are still sitting on the force? Officers killing people, getting away with it over and over again. You're not using de-escalation tactics. You're not using that training. You're not using your crisis intervention training at all, ever. And none of you are trauma-informed taught. You guys want to get home to your families? You guys have to start thinking about the people that you're approaching, that they have families too. Maybe when you start thinking of everybody in the community as worthy of living, then we'll see better results. But until then, the officers need to learn. We don't need more weapons. We need you guys to learn how to communicate, how to de-escalate, how to be trauma-informed. We need you to quit acting like you're at war with the community and start being the guardians you wanted to be, that you chose to be. If not, get out, please. It's not worth it. Our children are being impacted by your violence, and you're not offering them help or support service. You forget about the children, and there's a lot of children that are traumatized right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and Council. I admire the effort to properly use tools and ban certain tools that are especially bad. The problem is that if you have officers on the force, it's a national problem. I'm not singling out San Jose. If you have officers on the force who are biased against people in the community because of what they look like or because of their behavior, then you're going to keep having incidents. If you ban one tool, they'll pick another tool to brutalize with. So, we need to reform the force and, I don't know, figure out how to have a police force that isn't full of ableist white supremacists. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly McLeod?
Good evening. My name is Molly McLeod, and I am a San Jose resident whose son was beaten by San Jose Police Department, tased by him, choked, when this happened, which actually was on a Take Back the Night event. I afterwards got the reports of the officers of the incidents. I'm a white woman who adopted my children from foster care. Both of my sons are African American. Unfortunately, my eldest, who was harmed by police, is now dead. He died in a hit and run a couple of years ago. But the heartache from having my sons go through the educational system and have a completely different experience than I had as a white girl and a white woman, to have my son cited for walking out of the MLK library with a book of poetry, something that would never happen to me, where I'm treated as, hey, ma'am, maybe you forgot to check this out. So there aren't videos of that encounter with the police. There was videotape from the business, but police never went back to look at it. So I think that the bigger issue is the culture of policing. When I remember going to the rules committee and talking about the hiring practices and the emphasis on family. Well, what I've heard officers say is better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. What is it about policing and the history of policing that we don't have greater involvement with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and the commitment to look at alternatives, better ways to use our money, because we don't need any more Derek Sanderlands, and the training hasn't been working.
Thank you. Returning to council for questions, comments, or for motions. Councilor Prowse?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the presentation. And I think, in context of sort of what the direction was set to be, I think, we have a fair analysis in regards to what's available out there today, which I think, quite frankly, personally, in my opinion, there's not enough when it comes to less than lethal use of force options. I think that, the creativity and ingenuity in regards to creating more options for our officers, less than lethal options, there's not been a lot of effort in that regard. And so I really, would hope that in the future, especially given all of the actions from this past year, that we will see some more options arise. And I do appreciate at the same time the additional recommendations, the TASER 7, obviously the updates there, and then the new spray, just in regards to the less impact that will have on the individuals that it gets used against. But at the same time, again, I think we saw there's really not that much out there that's going to help add some tools. At the same time, I do really appreciate that in the presentation, Lieutenant Lonak, you stated, as was put in the report there, that none of this should really take over what is the most important, which is actually not even using any force options, but being able for officers to de-escalate and resolve situations without using any force. And as was described, obviously strong communication, solid tactics, and sound decision making. So I think that truly is a powerful statement, and one that we should continue to enhance with our officers and in trainings, and sort of the focus that we should not be reliant on the different tools that may be on the tool belt, but that we should indeed utilize the verbal skills, communication skills, tactics that we have, and just solid decision making. And for me, I think that's truly important as we move forward, as we try to reimagine how we might be able to interact with our community, and hopefully resolve a lot of these incidents with less injury to both the community members and our officers as well. I do want to add two additional points. I think one that Paul Soto mentioned in his comments actually was, it's not necessarily in relation to this topic, so I won't elaborate on it, but I do think that's worth considering. So maybe I'll ask Lieutenant Lonak to kind of take that back, and just a consideration of how the impact of the job, what impact that has on officers, certainly throughout the years, and as they've been through some traumatic incidents themselves, and how the mental capacity of officers is not something that's reevaluated, and just the importance of potentially taking a look at that. I know there are services that are offered to officers, especially after critical incidents, and the debriefings that happen, and the offering of services. But I do think that that's something worthy of looking at, because this job does take a toll on the psyche of the individual that's out there doing it. And so I think that's certainly something that is worthwhile. And then the other thing is just that it's not something that gets reported on. You have to sort of look behind the stats and maybe what's not there, but the majority of incidents, and I know that former Chief Eddie Garcia used to present on this often, but the majority of incidents that San Jose officers are involved in day to day do end peacefully, and the de-escalation skills and tactics and communication skills, and as was described here in the memo, right, the sound tactics, that training, it actually does get utilized, and officers are able to successfully de-escalate the majority of cases and incidents that they're involved in. And as Lieutenant Lonak knows, I was one of his officers when he was a sergeant, and I was rather successful frequently in regards to ending incidents without any physical altercations, and the majority of times that was the case with officers surrounding me, and those are not necessarily the cases that we hear about, because they're not newsworthy. It's not newsworthy, when I was able to de-escalate a situation and everybody sort of went home, or even if somebody, quite frankly, went to jail, but without violence, it's not newsworthy. And that is how the majority of incidents will end. And that story, unfortunately, right, is not necessarily the story that gets told. And that's not to dismiss that there are incidents that we should be ashamed of, and incidents that we should learn from, and incidents that excessive use of force does happen. So it's not to dismiss that at all. But I do think it's important to recognize, and I know why I signed up to do the job as an officer, was to be able to serve and protect the community here in the city of San Jose that I grew up in, a community that I myself was, as I felt, a subjected target to being pulled over because I used to cruise a 65 Impala, as my colleagues have heard me say numerous times, up and down Santa Clara, and was subject to being pulled over more frequently, and curb sat and patted down and having my car searched, and became used to that, which is not a good thing, but indeed took a lot of the experiences that I had, most positive, but some fairly negative, and took that with me into policing, and be able to actually make a positive difference in the interactions that I had with our community members. And I know that is the case for the majority of officers. And again, not to say that, right, there's not bad apples. Bad apples exist everywhere. And certainly, not something that we need to take or should take lightly by any means. But I don't want that to discredit the majority of officers, the majority of the work that gets done day to day that doesn't make headlines, doesn't make news, and incidents that end without violence end peacefully. And we're utilizing, and officers are utilizing the sound tactics and de-escalation skills and everything that, quite frankly, this department continues to train on, and I fully expect continues to improve on. And because we recognize we're not perfect, and by any means, and it would be to everybody's benefit if we could end all incidents without any form of violence, especially obviously without major injury or death to individuals in our community or officers. That's what I know I wanted every day. Putting on the badge wasn't just to myself come home at the end of the night, but it was to have a safe night in general, and wished no harm on the community members that I came across, and at the same time had a job to do, and that's what our officers are asked to do, is go out there and be able to keep the peace, and we need to be able to both train and equip them properly, and certainly hold them to a higher level of regard and expectations for the job that they're doing, because it is important, but it is extremely impactful, and so we need to continue to do that, continue to better ourselves. The direction here, and I'll make a motion to just accept the report. I think this is, again, I think this was adequate. It's just unfortunate that there's not many more options for less than lethal use of force. Hope that we can look back at this again in the future as maybe more options come forward, and appreciate you taking the time to kind of hear out some of the message I had to give. Thanks.
Second.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Perales, and second, Councilmember Arenas. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. So I have a question about just the timeline. This less than lethal use of force options report is coming before the actual conversation that we're set to include the community on in regards to reimagining police. I know this is one of the topics that's going to get discussed. What is the thought process? How are we aligning that future discussion with this report now? Because it seems like maybe we'd want to come out with the report after the discussion with the community, but this is coming before.
Council members, Jennifer McGuire, Assistant City Manager. Maybe I'll take that one. Good evening. And we decided to move forward with this and not wait for the use of force work by the consultant. We haven't selected a consultant yet, but we're very, very close. We wanted to do this evaluation proactively to see if there's anything we could put in place ahead of that report. But as noted in the memo under the evaluation and follow-up, this report will get incorporated into the community conversation and be part of the evaluation by the consultant to absolutely make sure we didn't miss anything and there's nothing else out there, but as they look across the nation. So that is we hope clearly noted for the community that the conversation is not stopping with this report, but we didn't want to wait. And if there was something else that we wanted to put in, and we want to be transparent about all the options, that's why there's an extensive appendix with an attachment with this report, and to see if there's anything we should be looking at now. Because that'll take a few months before that process is completed.
What will take a few months? The actual
the actual use of force evaluation by the consultant that the ITA is putting together. So we, given the interest in this, we wanted the police department wanted to move forward as well as the city manager's office in doing an evaluation.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I figured as much. I just figured I'd ask the question so that our community also can see the transparency in the choices that you're making. I know that there's always a reason for why things are happening. I'm just not privy to all the reasoning as you're planning this through. And so one of the things that I noticed and I wanted to bring up is how are we waiting until that conversation with the community, or once we have this consultant hired on to really take a look at the commitment to racial equity and integrate that or physical force into the tactical conduct policy that this is under?
So we have a separate police reforms work plan item that actually came out of memo from you, council member, and council member Esparza, that we're capturing separately. And we have a whole work group on the police department's participation in not only the GARE process, but racial equity in general. And so they're busy at work in a larger sense, looking at internal policies related to recruitment, to how we have ongoing improvements with our community policing and community relations. So this is just a more of a micro piece to the larger pie of how we approach the whole racial equity improvement conversation in that department. So, but we're capturing that, and as we move forward and as things are, as that one progresses, we will definitely be reporting out on that. So there will be information for the community as well as the city council on that one. But we have a lieutenant assigned there, along with Angel Rios and Zulma, who are helping to lead that with the police department. And they've been looking at this for a while and starting to gather data and are moving that one forward as we speak.
Perfect. And that was going to be my follow-up question. So you're going to take a look at the frequency in terms of interaction with communities of color and police use of force in those communities.
Yes, it's part of the referral.
Perfect. Those are part of the questions that I had. I think the only one that is on that TASER 7, this is really there's a feature on that TASER 7 that makes a zap noise, and I think it was just spoken of really highly in terms of de-escalation, or as a deterrent. Just the noise alone, right, was a de-escalation. How effective is this in a crowd when you're using a taser? Is this less than effective? Do we use the sound, because we had TASER 7s during all of the protests last summer? Did we include that as a deterrent?
We did not have the TASER 7 at that point. Those were the old tasers. We just started rolling the new tasers out the beginning of this year. It could be a potential deterrent to make the arcing noise. It gives someone an advance warning of what may be coming, but we didn't have that at that time to utilize in that setting.
Portion of our police department had the TASER 7s, and it was a portion of our police force that needed to get that updated, as well as the new cadets. So you're saying we absolutely had no one on the force who had the TASER 7 at that point?
There were some being field tested across the city. How many of those handful were at the protest? I couldn't tell you if that was an option at that point. They were just in a field test mode. We've rolled them out starting in January at the academy, and just this week we've started having units rolling into the training unit to swap out and get the training to deploy the new tasers. So it is possible that there could have been one or two at the protest.
All right, but it wasn't a standard for everybody, and so it wasn't an item that, or a feature that we could have used at that time. Okay, I think the last I think the last thing, you know, I just want to say is that I know that we are looking at less than lethal use of force options here particularly, but there's also some efforts within the police department to bring in folks with some expertise in mental health de-escalation. I think it would be important for the council and the community to hear back. I know that was just implemented not too long ago, but it would be great to see what the progress has been, how it's been faring out there, if it's made a difference so far. You know, we all hope that is a mental health specialist or a resource specialist. I'm not sure what exactly the title is of those folks who are coming on to some of the calls, just to see some of the progress and hopefully some of the successes in de-escalating those interactions with our community. I think we need to hear about some of the strategies that are already in place or you know, in the beginning of implementation. And so I'd like to hear back from that effort. I think the last time we talked about this one was when we were approving the purchase for the remaining Taser 7s for the police department. And forget if it was you, Chief Tyndall, or at that point, I wasn't not sure if it was our former chief or you, Chief Tyndall, that was giving us a bit of a heads up that piece was actually getting implemented. So it would be wonderful to hear back from some of that, because this is not just the only thing that we're doing within the police department. This is just one piece of it. And, you know, I heard you loud and clear, Jennifer, this is not it. But I think, you know, when this comes solo and the community hasn't heard anything other, then it's kind of in a vacuum, right? And then dots, you know, kind of dots can be connected in terms of like, well, you know, they're deciding before they're actually speaking with us or not getting feedback from us, and what else are they doing? So I think it would be really great to hear, I mean, to share with our community some of the other great strategies that our police department is putting into place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Great, thanks, Mayor. Acting Chief Tyndall and Lieutenant Lonak, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Thanks for your report and for joining us. I had one question, it'll probably be pretty quick. This may be beyond the scope of the report, but I was interested when you got to the training section and we're talking about de-escalation, how the department is currently using data analysis and if there are any plans in the works for using data analysis to understand potential biases across the board, and then also to potentially identify individual officers who may need additional training. And I didn't notice that in the report. I apologize if I missed it, but to me, that feels like an opportunity to further our goals here. And just wanted to throw that out there as a question since I didn't see it in the report.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Mahan. Acting Chief of Police Dave Tyndall. So just in regards to your question, absolutely. We use data across the board in almost everything that we do. And whether it be, you know, downloading the, you know, Taser data, or all officers that use force have to fill out a use of force form that gets collated and put in the system. We can actually pull from that. And as I think you've seen before in our conversations, the use of force dashboard, which allows the community to look and see what the officers are actually doing. As you know, we've had last year over 400,000 contacts with police, and each of those contacts, for the most part, involved multiple officers from that standpoint. We generally average somewhere around 600 uses of force per year. So I'm not a math major on that, but figure out the percentage on that portion of it. Certainly would love to see that number to get down to zero. Certainly, and I know it's been talked about today, de-escalation is everything. And it's why really de-escalation is put into everything we do nowadays. And whether that be a lecture on, a taser, all the way down to academy training, through our simulators, everything revolves around de-escalation. So it continues to do that. So the data is always there. I know even this year we are piloting a program right now. We're in the process of uploading a lot of the information, and it really is, benchmarks for officers that can let us look at individual officers on key points, and some of those points include uses of force, so that if we're seeing something in that regard, we can address it early and look into those different things. So, no, I absolutely appreciate the question on data, and we're doing everything that we can on that front.
Great, thanks. That's good to hear. That last part about benchmarks and being able to isolate individuals and catch trends early and maybe intervene is really great to hear. So I appreciate those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prowse?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Councilmember Arenas' interest. Next Thursday at the PISFIS meeting, I'll be making that request actually that the police department comes back. We always get an opportunity to request different items that we want to hear updates on. So I was already going to be making that request to get an update on this pilot program. So a report out on our partnership with behavioral health and to be able to get an update on the announcement that came out. And I know I was surprised. I think the mayor I heard was surprised, obviously, but it was an important announcement and certainly something I think I support, but not a lot of people know about it. Certainly the council does and our community doesn't. So that is something I was going to ask to come to PISFIS, and we'll be asking that next Thursday to Councilmember Arenas' request.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments? I just again want to thank you guys for the good work on the report, and really for the emphasis that there's really no technology that's a substitute for the mind and for good communication and better tactics and all the things that you're teaching in de-escalation training. So appreciate that there is no simple technological fix to the challenge that officers face every day. Officers are required very often to make decisions about that ultimately make the difference between someone being seriously hurt or killed or not. And they're human beings and they make mistakes. And I know we want to give them tools to be able to buy them time and hopefully give them some distance to be able to make the best decisions possible in a very, very difficult situations, circumstances. So I appreciate that we're continuing to look for new technologies, even though I think we recognize there's great limitation in those technologies. And I got that sense very clearly from the report, and I appreciate that there is increasingly what I'm seeing is a real culture at San Jose PD, recognizing that there is no simple tool that's a fix. It's really about how we are thinking and communicating. So look forward to the additional work ahead. I know that's going to be done with the community around reimagining policing. This is obviously a very small piece of that. I think the reimagining effort is really going to be focused on whether or not officers are even involved in some of these interactions in some cases, and certainly in various changes in our approach that we'll be looking at and evaluating. Okay, so there is a motion. Let's vote.
Peralez,
Aye.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Crosco.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the time is just a few minutes before 6. I think we may have time to consider one more item before we take a break. That would be item 6.1, the Legacy Lagoons Remediation Project Budget Actions. I don't believe there's a presentation on this item. Are there any, let's go first to the public to see if there are any questions or comments on this. This is Legacy Lagoons budget action, excuse me, remediation budget action. Person with the phone number ending 8888. Welcome. Your device appears to be muted. Your phone appears to be muted. If you dial, I believe it's *6, that'll unmute your phone so we can hear you. We're still not able to hear your voice if you're trying to talk. If you could push *6, that should unmute your phone. Okay, appears to be a problem with the device. So very sorry about that. All right, coming back to council. Are there any questions or comments or motions?
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
All right, motion second. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Yes,
Aye.
Sparta,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
I did have one question on this item. I know we've just voted. Can I simply ask the question? If somebody wants to respond offline, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand, how do we know the tributary agencies are going to pay? Has there been any agreement at this point, or?
Nat Fukuda, Assistant Director, Environmental Services Department, Mayor. I guess historically speaking, they have not paid. So this budget action actually will reduce their amount of payment to us in the fourth quarter. So we will adjust their fourth quarter to lower it by a total of 13.5 million. So I suspect that they will make that payment happily, I'll be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Thanks, Nap.
All right.
All right. We're just about 6. Why don't we take a break now for dinner? I know we've got a couple items that are quite substantial for this evening. We'll return at 7 o'clock. Unless there's any objection. All right, we'll recess at this time.